Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box you in. Don't matter paradigms, your clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the tigers. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the titans. It's the clash of the titans. You wolves I see, no dogs, no snakes, it's feathers on me. This time, let's start. They try to open their third eye with both eyes closed. Can't see the consequences to the things that they chose. Put theyself in deeper sleep, claiming that they woke. While I'm watching time and nature moving through the smoke, I fell in love with wisdom. Sophia held my hand, told me comfort ain't real if it destroy another man. So I learned to love existence without controlling all the plans. Tried to hold on to forever, still it slipped right through my hands. Tried everything to get it, still slipped through my hands. And it's both of my kids. Only thing I truly love, my number one fan. And I still smile, even when life get cold. Cause most things grow in the sunlight, but grow the most at night. There's something people don't know. I'm on Fati, I'm on. I love time because nature gave me something to adore. I'm on. Forever be Father time and Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Open both eyes and you finally see. You get two eyes, but only one vision of reality. Love again, I guess I'll tell you about the secret to existence again. Feathers on me, stars above, everything alive because of love. The only time I fell in love, I was standing on a ledge. If I would've knew the ledge, I might've moved different instead. Thought I found forever in somebody else's head, but she just wanted friendship while I was thinking marriage bed. So here I go again, talking about love again, trying to explain existence through the pain again, trying to hold beauty still, but time don't ever stand. That's when Father Time whispers, son, that's just the plan. And Mother Nature touched my shoulders, say nothing blooms forever, but everything returns eventually. That's when I finally understood why heartbreak make us wiser, why loneliness get deeper when your thoughts become advisors. People fear the dark, but the stars only shine there. Flowers drink the sunlight, but roots grow where the night live. That's why I stopped fearing pain and started reading signs there. Every scar another map showing me where life is. If time and nature had a face, I don't think they look old. Probably young forever with eternal souls. Little kids with galaxies inside their pupils glowing gold, running through the universe laughing while creation unfolds. Not guys on thrones, not witches casting spells, just the endless interaction that make existence itself. One gave sequence, one gave shape, and together they became every heartbeat, every ocean, every memory, every name. Beauty in the beast, light and dark, love and grief, that's the balance. People call it contradiction, but I call it understanding. Cause I love time, cause time gave me moments. And I love nature, cause nature let me hold them. That's why I cherish every second, even broken ones too. Cause without the hurt and healing, I will never become you. Mona, amor. Forever be Father Time and Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Open both eyes, then you finally see. You get two eyes, but only one vision of reality. Amor, Mona, amor. Love again. I guess I'll tell you about the topic of existence again. Feathers only, stars above, everything alive because of love. Amor fati, Mona, amor. This time I understand. OWL, only world logic. OLEE. Only logical explanation of existence. Know the ledge. Philosophy. I mess around and get your gaze with this one. Make 'em wanna party in outer space with this one. We slap these haters in their face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times we on time. Every line of treasure you only find in my mind. And you know I work in the mines. I don't charge a dime for you to stay out of mind. Yeah, they fear as soon as they hear it. Smart minds salute it, the weak minds fear it. Like Aristotle, I question coherence through the eyes of a thinker. Truth become appearance. Only answers come from the questions you form with time and nature. Every question transformed. It's the mecca for the minds that was built to explore. Bird droppings on the way, not a game getting stormed. Yeah. OWL on the wall, OLE in position. Test every claim, then I check the condition. If it don't hold coherence, it don't earn recognition. That's why debate opponents keep socially distancing. See, they don't really want pressure. They just want applause. Till somebody asks questions, then the room get paused. I built this from the ground, y'all just copying saws. Different type of animal, different type of balls. Can it be understood? Can it move without contradiction? Can the mind update when it finally see the friction? Yeah. I mess around and catch a case with this one. Make 'em wanna party in outer space with this one. We slap these haters in their face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times we on time. Every line of treasure you only find in my mind. And you know I work in the mines. I don't charge a dime for you to stay out of mind. Yeah. Yeah, the wool removed, it's wolves I see. No fur, no scales, it's feathers on me. I'm more 5T, Fadi Mona, I'm more. Was Christian once, but I'm trapped no more. It's like trying to fly with an injured wing. That's exactly why the jailbird sing. I flew to the top, left proof on things. Bird crumbs ain't enough when your appetite king. Mental worth, I done filled up the bank. You offer incoherent, so thanks. No thanks, no thanks. Keep your mental brains like a form thoughts well. Still waiting on answers for Yahweh and El and Satan too. If we telling the story, why blame a devil for what human choosing poorly? I move with my mind, I don't feel what's unseen. No ghost in the dark, get to hijack me. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, trying to make my mama proud. Quantum only isn't true, yeah, we bringing it out. While y'all watching me, better watch the crowd. Yeah, I'm from Oklahoma. No, I turn the cracker to a feast, and I rarely ever get to sleep. Yeah, dreams right there, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still student of the game, though I'm qualified. Teach, learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. Best philosopher since. Never mind, let's chill. I just know the difference between truth and skill. Between fake deep talk and the money bill. Between people that repeat and the ones that reveal. I'm mess around and catch a case with this one. Make a whoop. Wanna party in outer space with this one. We slap these haters in their face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times we on time. Every line of treasure you only find in my mind. And you know I work in the mines. I don't charge a dime for you to stay out of mine. Philosophy. O-W-L-O-L-E-E. Know the ledge.
What up, though? You know who it is. It's your boy Oli. I don't see nobody in the building yet. So this is for those who will watch later. Good evening, and thank you for joining me. This evening is about why you should take a look at things before you make assumptions about it. If we're talking about critiquing, first I want to give a shout out to Titans Debate League. Give a shout out to the Titans and everyone fighting to be enlightened. Give a shout out to my man A1 working. Everybody in the chat right now. We're gonna get started. We got time. This evening gonna be about my philosophical view, a little bit on it. I can't give y'all too much because if I give y'all too much, then there'll be nothing to argue. And that's what this is here for. First and foremost, for me, I'm not asking anybody to follow me, believe what I say, or anything. That's something totally different from what I'm pushing. This is the Titans Debate League. Coliseum arguments. And when I met A1 told me that this is a place that was looking for arguments, new arguments. People were arguing the same thing about different topics. I asked him if they have debates about worldviews. He said, yeah. I said, philosophical views. He said, all kind of views. Just bring it. He didn't ask me nothing about it. Right now, today, still, quantum onlyism is, for me, Jermaine Darnell Nugent, for me to argue in circles and see if it's a philosophical view that can push us to new horizons within existence. Once you get a total glimpse of um, my method, the origin of it, my 3 book system, we'll see if you can catch on to it. But yeah, right now I'm gonna wait for a minute because my man A1 gonna join me before I go on. And so, I just got a little bit more rocking to do.
I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize I can see the fallacy before the sentence finished. You confuse a strong opinion with a reason proposition. You keep reaching for conclusions, but your premises are missing. Then you hide behind your feelings when the logic need a mission. I don't argue with a person, I examine what was stated, define the terms, expose assumptions, then determine what was weighted. Is it valid? Is it grounded? Can the structure be defended? Or you built a house of cards and got offended when it ended? I don't need to raise my voice, I let the contradiction speak. Every claim has got a burden, every burden got a receipt. You can decorate confusion, you can dress it up in pride, but a polished contradiction is a contradiction every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cry, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. I recognize the dodge when the question make you nervous. Changing subjects every minute doesn't make the answer surface. That's a straw man, that's a false choice. That's an argument from fear. That's a claim that keeps on shrinking every time the fact you're near. You can quote 100 scholars, still authority ain't proof. Tell me why the argument is sound. Take me underneath the roof. Show the beam, show the frame, show the function of the claim. If the meaning keeps on changing, then the word is just a game. Recognition over belief, coherence over applause. I don't need a crowd behind me when the reasoning is flaws. Time reveals what can I stand, nature limits what can be. If your worldview breaks beneath this weight, don't put the blame on me. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. They want mystery to rescue every gap that never filled. Then call questions disrespectful when their explanation gets grilled. But a question is a mirror, it reflects what you provide. If the answer disappears, there was nowhere left to hide. I recognize the pattern, first they claim and then retreat. First they speak in absolutes, then change the meaning when we meet. First they tell me it is certain, then they say it could be true. Then they say nobody knows, that's 3 positions, pick a view. I'm not chasing every bird just because it learned to chirp. Some ideas take a flight, some ideas hit the dirt. This is bird droppings, every record leaves a sign. I recognize the incoherence. Book you every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the plane without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize them. Recognize her. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we are at the Coliseum, and for any machine to run, you do gotta have financial backing and support. And for that support, I'd like to hit y'all with this advertisement.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah. My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Good evening. Welcome to Titans Debate League again. For those who may be watching for the first time, Titans Debate League, this is a platform where we hold formal debates, open panels, philosophical discussions, cultural conversations, and examinations of ideas that affect the way people understand reality. Tonight's presentation is called Before You Critique Quantum Onlyism. And I should have probably put anything else. The origin, method, 3-book system, and embodiment of Ole. OLEE. This is just going to be a nice little, because it's such a robust philosophy that I'm going to just give y'all kind of what it all is without giving y'all too much when it comes to my argumentation. The argument is, however, in my books and things like that. And as far as books, while we are talking about books, let me hit you with this one.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book, and it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A1 Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal law shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns then act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now.
Yeah, shout out my man's A1 for his publication. and view going on. Everybody should have their own view of existence, and I feel everybody do. Uh, we get caught up sometimes thinking that we know everything and know more than other people. Um, I don't believe that. I believe that we all see a reality, and the condition of our immediate surroundings give us different perspectives on what's going on. Some of us sit and think about things, ask different questions for different reasons. And the reason I'm doing this presentation is because I noticed that a lot of people attempt to classify quantum onlyism before understanding the whole system, which is fair to do because if you don't understand something, then you have the right to make your own assumptions. You could be wrong, however, and we all have the right to do that too. It's just being wrong and a jackass at the same time is what I take offense to. A lot of people criticize me from the moment I came in the debate league. My man Zay1 didn't. He kind of caught hold to it, but some people immediately started questioning it. I gave answers as coherent as I could give it. I would always imply back to the books and papers that I had written. Um, some people thought it was idealism. Some people say that it's materialism. Some people still, right now today, say that it's panpsychism or some form of panpsychism. Some say when they first hear it, they think that I'm atheist until they see the whole argument because it's a total, like I said, it's a robust idea of existence. Some people say that it's a religion. Some say it's pseudoscience, quantum mysticism, or some type of recycled collection of older philosophies, which that's what all philosophies are. They build off the philosophies of the past, right? I mean, if we're building on anything, that's what we build on. All of the people that I come across within this community talk of their different ways about existence and the things that they believe. I talk about the things that I recognize, um, which to me has a priority over belief. But yet and still, we all strive to persist as coherently as possible with intelligibility and a right to reason through our every waking and not waking moment within this thing that we call existence, right? Um, we've moved great leaps and bounds when it comes to technological advances within the human race. Um, the foreseeable future is a future of sheer genius and brilliance set about part by certain um, peoples and groups and communities of exploration of the rest of existence when we talk about going beyond the Earth's atmosphere. They're talking about terraforming other planets. I think we can start terraforming this planet also before we can even get to those planets to see how well we can terraform a planet before we even go there trying to terraform anything. Let's terraform this planet to the best of our ability. And I'll show you why that calls for accountability when you talk about intelligibility and the answer of existence in intelligible form. But before you can properly classify any argument, you have to identify the argument. But before you refute something, you also must demonstrate that that thing that you're trying to refute is actually the position that's being presented. Because if you successfully defeat something and it's not the argument I ever made, it don't make any sense to me. Um, say you don't want no debate, that's fine. You have the right to. And at the same moment that you say you don't have no debate, you shouldn't have any type of negative critique, except for to say I don't know anything about it, so I shouldn't say anything. I believe it might be some type of panpsychism or some type of idealism. I can't say exactly what it is though because I haven't read it. I don't take interest in it because it seems to be philosophy and I like science. That's cool. I agree with you. You don't got nothing to talk about for me. But you shouldn't say, I know. And speaking in absolutes, right? Shout out my man's uh, Sadiq, Michigan, natural living. If you step in the building. Shout out to everybody in the chat right now. I see we got 3 people. But yeah, you start trying to make an argument when I ain't there, say what it is. Had little minions saying what it is all over the place. And I must say that when I first introduced it, my 3-book system, I introduced the 3rd book first to people, which is a possible world when it comes to a philosophical view. I didn't push it as a possible world at that time. I wanted to see if anybody would read it and actually read and see that it says it's a possible world. However, they didn't. But it was just enough for me to get in there with what actually my philosophical view was. I had a debate. Well, I had an argument alley. Shout out Titans Debate League format. They had this thing called Argument Alley where you can come up and Jay Snake say, "What up, Al Face? What up? What up, my guy? Jay Snake in the building, 65, man. I'm just about to, start the night hours out, man, and tell a little bit what quantum onlyism is tonight. Uh, show a few slides, you know what I'm saying, and just get it jumping, man. Talk a little bit. Probably won't have nobody up. I'll hit people from the chat and answer the questions, but I'm gonna try to, you know what I'm saying, take my time because we gonna work all it in the night hours. Bet you who I'm doing it for, Jay Snake. I want you to know that I appreciate you from the moment you came in with your critiques to the moment you said, let me have a look at it, listen to you. I don't see nothing wrong with it. It's your view. If it's mine or not, I agree that you don't have no problem with it. I thank you for that. Still critiquing it whenever you do. That's what I'm here for. You know what I'm saying? Because in my view, it updates. We have a mechanism in there for updating because time and nature only updates, right? Everything that we see, my phone be updating. I make sure I update my phone. I think it's time for us to update our understanding of what these arguments have been about and what they've been for. And before you critique quantum onlyism, you have to successfully expose a contradiction in the position that I hold, not a position that I don't hold. Because then you start asking me, how do I beat things like infinite regress? And that's part of my argument when you want to try to refute it. You know what I'm saying? I beat infinite regress because infinite regress doesn't have a place to enter if existence has always been. Um, Information is the answer to that. And these are logical proofs. This is a logical philosophical deduction system where I deduced existence to the highest power, because to exist is the main thing you have to do to be efficacious within any type of situation, whether you're the cause of the situation or not. You still have to be within the boundaries of the conditions of ordered update, which is the before and after, the sequencing, the here to there events, the ongoing event of existence that you're able to know, because there's nature, which is structural and individual things, not just the things within existence, but the way that things become their individual selves, and the growth and the metamorphosis and the morphogenesis of existence. But we're gonna get into that later. Man. Yeah. What's up, my man? Natural Living. I knew he was in the building. What's up? Just to get it on, man. I'm just trying to get it started. But I was giving a rundown about how lately, since I have got into the conscious community and pushing Father Time and Mother Nature, because I see the aspects of both male and female in a way that obtains within existence, that breaks down in a fractal form all the way to what we call experienced existence, that which we're doing right now. Um, but people been talking stuff, man, down talking, and I just wanted to take my time and do it right, and so I decided to do this presentation and doing what I think I should be able to do, and that's ask anybody who doesn't like quantum onlyism or who's a debater or anything, can you successfully expose a contradiction in the position that I hold? That don't refute quantum onlyism. It only refutes the substitute position that you try to place on it when you don't actually state the position that I hold. And then you can go about and you can tell people it's this and tell people it's that, have them rocking with you, as opposed to listening to it, getting the papers like you do anybody else's and see if it is, and then come tell me why you think it's not a valid view. It isn't science. I'll show you the correlation to science in the 3-book form. Doesn't have anything to do with changing any science. The reason quantum is in the name is because I agree with the sciences and physics and mechanics that they call quantum physics. And so I thought that would be apparent. Somehow people get the smart idea to say, because they see the word quantum immediately, that I'm going against quantum and I got something to change about subatomic particles and quarks and gluons and nuons and all of the rest of the small things, all the way up to the small life, like the tardigrades, and how they resilient to the effects of life and death, yet they're still in the realm of time and nature. We won't get into that right now, but just drifting off into why you see a name and automatically believe that it goes against it. And if you see two names that you've never seen before, why would you say that it's quantum mysticism? Mysticism, when it says quantum only ism? and then talk stuff about my system and tell me that I think the universe is a brain. Now, none of that. None of that is within this system. Nowhere close. But that's fine. Because like I said, everybody had the right to do what they do and believe what they believe. You're a naturalist. The closest thing you would be able to label quantum onlyism to when it comes to a professional view would be natural monism. But again, I told you it's quantum onlyism, so that makes it not natural monism. And I can tell you the differences in those and actually do within my writings and papers. Um, this presentation is designed to make criticism more precise. I want critics to know exactly what they criticize. When you criticize this, don't tell me I got multiple personalities and all that. Don't tell me that. Even if I show you that I do, but I don't tell you if I don't. If I came to argue, let's argue. Argue my point. Don't talk about the ad hominems, how I got a mark on the side of my head. It looked like cancer. I remember Suave Boss said that. I remember that, man. For no reason. Just because he believed that, shout out, he had the woman side of existence now, but he already knew about the male side of existence, the one that they pushed for so long that didn't work. So I give you Father Time and Mother Nature. And I'm going to show you how functionally and logically time and nature should be. This is a philosophical view of mine. Quantum onlyism means it might only be me. But when my kids grow up and come of sound mind and spirit, no matter what way, no matter what thing that they see, no matter what, my daughter goes to church Wednesdays and Sundays, I encourage her to. Only hatched in the church, in a Baptist church down in Oklahoma, in the rafters, listening to the sermons of a Southern Baptist preacher from Mangum, Oklahoma. He in Hobart, Oklahoma, preaching. Now, the first one was Reverend Andy. It wasn't Callins. Reverend Callins was our second preacher. It was started with a C2 though. But yeah, man. Shout out Reverend Overton. Shout out Reverend O'Neill. Shout out Reverend Jackson that's down there today. Shout out all of the Southwest Oklahoma Baptist preachers that I ever came across. Reverend Hunter, Reverend Dickey of Snyder, William Dickey. You know what I'm saying? I got a nice little Christian background. You can ask people the next church I went to, Church of Christ, from Mount Calvary Baptist to Church of Christ. You know, all the churches moved around and stuff. And when you moved, sometimes you would move and go to another church. You know what I'm saying? So we went to the Church of Christ, the Black Church. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Reverend Vernon down there at the Church of Christ in Holy. Shout out Teddy. She was my Sunday school teacher. Rhonda Washington. Shout out, you know what I'm saying? Ask him what I used to do on Sunday schools when he come to spokesperson for our Sunday school class. Very rarely would I not be the guy speaking for it. I kind of got a hold of the Christian religion early. I did sermons down at Church of Christ. A bunch of us did. Shout out TJ. I remember his sermon. I remember Anthony R.I.P. I remember his sermon. I remember Bugs' sermon down there at the Church of Christ. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we used to get it on down there in church. Uh, uh, Choir. I used to have solos. I used to sing. Trouble in my way. I gotta cry sometimes. It's so much trouble. I have to cry sometimes. I lay awake at night. But that's all right. I heard him say Jesus will fix it. When? After a while. Hold on now. I'm still waiting for that after a while. He still ain't fixed it yet. I tried. So, I have my own view. I want some of the supporters to understand exactly what they support. And like I said, it ain't too many people that's just like, oh, I'm a quantum onlyist believer. I don't want none of that. They support it by saying, oh, you got a view. Fine. You got a view. There you go. Let me see what it is. Some of them done actually grab my books, started reading, seeing my views, asking questions. Shout out to those individuals. I appreciate that. Always been unbiased. Always been ready to present an argument or tell me a critique that they think I should fix or that, you know what I'm saying? And that's, I like that. Shout out Creative Game. Shout out even the pseudo killers, because you know they critique in a way that makes me want to put forth the way that you argue in a philosophical view. I didn't know that they was just like science buffs and didn't debate like that. I thought he was a debater. Really, it wasn't his fault. Like say it wasn't his fault. I ain't gonna even talk stuff about him. It wasn't his fault. It was Onk's fault. Onk the one set him up. Onk said, "Oh, I got said to debate you." Now, said did say there's nothing to debate here. I don't want to debate. Fine. Then he said, because it's panpsychism. I said, it ain't no panpsychism. Yes, it has to be. Yeah, and then I had to leave. And then he started going over there and they started Googling. Check this out, how they start doing their research. What up, OTK in the building? I see you in the building, man. Shout out Titans Debate League. Say I'm a quantum onlyist. Bust down. You got the books and stuff. If you done made that decision, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You better be ready to debate it. If somebody come debate, you know what I'm saying? Because you got the materials to form the arguments and show them just how incoherent their view might be when it comes to logic of the thing. But I mean, OTK said, peace to the Titans. Me too, man. Peace to the Titans that's fighting to be enlightened. And like I said, I think before you critique quantum onlyism, man, you really should just give it a look. I don't say nothing at all except for what you said. And with that being said,
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Before I continue, I need to suck. I need just a few minutes. A few minutes to play this music for
Step
you.
up in the Coliseum looking like a boss. If you don't tip your hat, Titans gon' have to take it off. Yeah. I let you cap for a minute, now I'm taking off. I want the crown, and when I get it, I won't take it off. Yeah. Step up in the Coliseum looking like a boss. If you don't tip your hat, Titans gon' have to take it off. I let you cap for a minute, now I'm taking off. Yeah. I want the crown, and when I get it, I won't take it off. Yeah. That's right. That's right, I'm here now. Let's get it clear now. Go hard in the paint, I am so Bill and rare now. Built for the pressure, I am who they ain't. Real ones around me, that's why I'm still here. Stay through the struggle, never moved in fear. Going up in this game, don't get pumped when I post up. Too many glass made rappers. Somebody get them closer. Back in my lane and I'm back in control. Too hot for the cold, cause too focused to fold. Old school mentality, soldier to the core. Never needed validation, kick open the door. Time you want to smoke, then come and get your some. Talking like a giant till the giant really come. Heavyweight status, rap game ran through. They know who the one is, they can tell them they the man too. Shout out to the haters, y'all know who be killing me. What's up with your face? Y'all know who the realest is. Hey. Coliseum looking like a boss. If you don't take your hat, we gon' take it off. I let you cap for a minute, now I'm taking off. I want the crown, when I get it, I won't take it off. We all need it, so get with it. Act different, loose position, that's the cost of business. Squad too deep, crew too weak. Silverback in the building, y'all too scared to compete. Full grown wolves and y'all sheep in disguise. Talk tough, online, but get quiet out of eye. Tadpole talking water way too deep. Writing checks, your reputation cannot keep. I'm contagious, you blind, you can't see. On the grind all night while you getting beauty sleep. Aggressive with the hustle every day on a mission. Steady chasing paper, ain't no time for complaining. The way I run it down, you swear I was racing. Track star, focus every move, calculating. A shout out to the haters, y'all know who be killing it. What's up with your face? Y'all know who the realest is. Step up in the Coliseum looking like a boss. If you don't tip your hat, Titans gon' have to take it off. Whoa, I let you cap for a minute, now I'm taking off. I want the crown, and when I get it, I won't take it off. Step up in the Coliseum looking like a boss. If you don't tip your hat, Titans gon' have to take it off. I let you cap for a minute, now I'm taking off. I want the crown, and when I get it, I won't take it off.
Shout out Haru in the building. Haru say, is this a radio station? No, it ain't. But we can rock it like this one. This Titans Debate League. This is debate Coliseum, man, where you have your views. Haru, you been here. Clown TV. It's just different, man. I got to get my view out, you know what I'm saying, the way I get my view out. And I put in a lot of work and time, and we do push our views through music because the vibration is something that works in the favor of time and nature. You can be coordinated in different ways, not just music, but that's another story. Shout out to Creator Gang and Prince Cosmon was on the Titans Debate League the other night with some music. I think they're gonna be doing things, and they do things over there too on their own channels. Shout out Cosmon, KITV, and the Owaspy Creator Gang. Yeah, man, no, go and follow him, and shout out to my man OTK, Open the Knowledge. Y'all go follow that. Follow Titans Debate League, man. Go follow that sister channel over there at the Coliseum of Arguments. You know what I'm saying? And we'll just go ahead and get back to what I had at hand, man. Oh, that up. Yeah, man. So as I said, man, a lot of people been just categorizing things, getting things out of proportion, proposing arguments I'm not proposing. Got people looking at my view as if it's something that it's not. Quantum Onlyism is not one isolated sentence. It's not simply the statement nothing exists outside of existence. That's the only axiom, but it is not the entire philosophy. It is also not every claim contained in every book. See, it's a system. The complete system has 3 books, 3 intellectual lanes, a method of examination, a theory of recognition, and a visual embodiment of what I call the only logical explanation of existence. Y'all know it as Oli. And those parts don't all have the same burden of proof. The philosophical foundation must be criticized philosophically. The proposed scientific correlations must be criticized scientifically and methodologically. The proposed scientific correlations must be criticized scientifically and methodologically. I've never said nothing about it because I don't try to change any of the science. I do, however, propose experimentation and things that we might can find if we look for them in the right place. That's all that is. These are not proofs. The logical argument of the philosophy is what I argue, the foundational philosophy of it. The possible world reconstruction must be criticized through coherence, comparison, historical plausibility, and explanatory value. Because it's a possible world. And within philosophy, possible worlds are ways to deduct different information about the questions that you're asking. Is it possible that this could have happened rather than the thing that you're proposing? Which your proposal would also only be just that, a proposition of what you believe and what I call recognition. Then we go to the difference between belief and recognition. But that's a whole nother different point of my argument. If those areas are mixed together, then the discussion becomes confused before the debate even starts. So what I'm doing tonight is placing the actual system on the table, the whole 3-book system of quantum onlyism on the table for you. Not the whole thing, not the arguments, some of the information. You might can grab hold of it, but you can also contact me for material. There are sample books out. They don't have the entirety. I must confess that the PDFs that people got are not the final form of the books. However, they're the second to the final form, so they're good enough for people to have because the final form didn't do anything, hasn't updated in which what I should call the new edition. So it hasn't updated anything yet, but there's copies of it, of the PDF floating around. Get yours, learn the argument, see if you can't find the logical fallacies, if there's any, if you can't find any logical arguments to face it, and then we'll put it in the Coliseum and we'll argue it. But once the argument is on the table, that's when it'll stand or fall according to the real definitions, the premises, the conclusions, and the consequences. That's what debate league is. Shout out Titans Debate League A1. Shout out the conscious community. All of the little places I I done flew too. Shout out DMG over there. Um, at the rhetoric fight. First, shout out the Titans that's fighting to be enlightened. Shout out my man's Humble. Shout out my man's. I want to say, I gotta say it, man. Even though he ain't here, might not never be here. Shout out my man Emmanuel. You know what I'm saying? Hey, one ain't here to say nothing right now. Can't stop me. So shout out Emmanuel. Shout out Jay Snake. Titans fighting to be enlightened. Shout out my man Sadiq. Titan fighting to be enlightened. There's a few other ones that I Ben Eaton. Shout out my man Ben Eaton, the newest Titan that I know that officially said he a Titan. Shit, man, we getting deep. These people aren't followers of quantum onlyism, as I stated. They have their own views, and these are the people that we talk to and discuss as a think tank and try to, you know what I'm saying, find ways to move about in existence right now at this present moment in a mannerable way, while being scholarly and having decorum in discussions. If it ain't the argument alleys and the thing like that, sometimes it get a little rowdy, and it's all right because it's funny. But sometimes we have scholars and different people on who are not of that nature, and that's why I like Titans Debate League. You got a unbiased host. The judgments for debates have been unbiased, no matter what people claim they might have and seen. I just know that they're unbiased because the judgments have gone plenty ways with more than one judge. One judge's opinion, however heavy it is, still has to weigh against other judges. If other judges agree with those, then you know what I'm saying, it's cool. Take the chat down off the screen. What chat? The chat is on the screen. I don't know how to hide the chat off the screen. Or is you talking about Haru's create a gang? I got to put that. But shit, man, my bad. Back to what I'm talking about. That's how I'm in the studio right now by myself. I'm gonna open the panel up in a little bit, man. We got all night. I'm just chatting. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna rock with me. We're gonna listen to a little bit of that Oli Bird Droppings CD. And I'm gonna keep on talking about what quantum onlyism is. And so let's begin where all this actually started at, man. That's what we got to do. The beginning of quantum onlyism was not quantum physics. It was not cosmology. It was not an attempt to invent a new religion at first. It was not me sitting down and deciding that the world needed another ism. The inquiry began because someone blamed me and some of my friends for something that we did not do. And they know we didn't do it. And however, we still had to go through this sleight of hand and, to me, defecation of our character, as well as having any help about how to overcome such a situation when it comes to staying the person that you are. And it wasn't simply just a harmless misunderstanding in my eyes. When a person knowingly accuses somebody falsely, it can affect people's dignity, and it has affected people's dignity. It can affect reputations. It can affect people's individuality. It can affect their state of mind. And it can affect relationships, the way that they employ themselves or employment, the opportunities that they have, family, and how other people interpret the person's character. And so the experience forced me to confront a question that became the first major inquiry behind everything that followed. The question was, why do people knowingly do wrong? Notice what the question is asking. I was not asking why accidents happen. I was not asking why somebody makes an honest mistake. I was asking why a person who understands that an action is wrong and understands that it may injure another person or take away from another person's well-being, and they choose to do it anyway. Because I hadn't found it in myself to be able to do that. I was asking why a person who understands that something that they're doing is wrong and understands that it might do that to somebody and injure them, how could they not see that as wrong? Why do people lie when they know the lie may damage another person? Why do people knowingly accuse people of different things? Why do people exploit people? Why do people deceive people? Why do people dominate and manipulate others when they understand the consequences? And that was the beginning. My biography explains how I arrived at that question, but my biography does not prove the philosophy. That distinction is very important once you get into it. A person may be motivated to investigate medicine because they experienced illness. The illness does not prove their medical theory. It explains why they began asking the question. In the same way, the accusation did not prove quantum onlyism. It created the inquiry. At that point in my life, I had already moved through several different experiences. I'm talking about several. And then I ended college like later in life when I was like 28. I studied composition, public speaking, government, computers, history, and philosophy. And I do remember my philosophy professor telling me that if I continued developing my ideas, I could become something like a philosopher king. Not saying that this is something that was written or something. This is my personal recollection, because at this time I was still in the streets because I had already been incarcerated for so long for something that I hadn't did again. And then the way the system worked me over, I had to do time for a deferred sentence case that was finished that I never got to go to court to sign for. And they said, since I didn't come sign for a finished, that's beyond the point. But so I went to to college later on in life and started these things. It's not something that's printed on my transcript about the professor saying that I could be a philosopher king. Now, if I head to Southwestern Oklahoma State University and he's still a professor there, he might remember me and see what I said. I might go get my papers and stuff. However, on my transcript, it proves that I was there. My education and my personal path wasn't never perfect. I studied different subjects. I worked on campus. I made music. I trained. I fought mixed martial arts. I got married. I raised a family. I began projects. I abandoned some of them. I returned to other ones. I kept writing ideas down, just doing multiple things. What remained consistent was the question. So when the accusations occurred, I didn't simply become angry about being accused, because that was when I was young and I was still fighting the effects of this. I began trying to understand the mechanics of the accusation. What conditions existed inside that person that allowed them to knowingly cause harm? What did they believe they were preserving? What did they believe they were gaining? What was the intention? And that inquiry led me into the concept of evil, persistence, and responsibility. So this is where it gets deep. Because as I said, I wasn't trying to form no philosophy. I was trying to answer this question. What made people do things that they do? Is it some type of supernatural evil? Or are people just making these choices? Because to me, it seemed that people were just making the choices for their own benefits. The first thing I began to recognize was that humans' wrongdoings does not require a supernatural evil for them to do it. Human intentions develops from the conditions of that human's life. Human beings experience fear, hunger, desire, jealousy, insecurity, ambition. We experience affection, anger. I'm talking about there's so many different things that we experience. Competition, social pressure, the need to survive. At a basic level, living systems attempt to persist. They attempt to remain. They attempt to continue functioning. Human beings protect their bodies. We protect our identity. We protect our families. We protect our social positions. We protect our comfort, our resources, our reputation, our understanding of ourselves. We protect these things. Persistence itself is not evil. Persistence is one of the basic conditions of life. The problem is that persistence can follow either a coherent path or an incoherent path. I'm going to let that settle in for a second. I said the problem is that persistence can follow either a coherent path or an incoherent path. And what do I mean by that? Okay, let's say a person may attempt to preserve their reputation by lying on somebody else. They may protect their power by restricting another person. They may pursue comfort through exploitation. They may satisfy an immediate desire while damaging their own long-term ability to persist. They may preserve one small part of their life by destroying their large conditions that allow their life and other lives to remain stable. That's where I developed the idea that I call the vector to be. The vector to be is not a cosmic person. It's not a universe having human-like intentions. It's not a divine command coming from outside of reality. It's the functional direction toward continued formation, stability, adaptation, and persistence. Systems that remain coherent tend to preserve the conditions that allow them to persist or continue. This is what I observed. I observed systems that continuously undermine their own necessary conditions become unstable. Systems that continuously undermine their own necessary conditions become unstable. Human intention can align with persistence intelligently, or it can pursue persistence through a route that's self-destructive, socially destructive, or harmful to another person. This is why I say evil in human situations is connected to human intention. Always is, always have been. I don't believe in no ghosts. And this is what led to what I call the paradox of evil, or the temptation paradox. Many people say that the devil made someone do wrong, or that a demon caused that behavior, or that an outside evil force entered the person and produced the action. Y'all remember the exorcists and stuff that they used to have and stuff? But if an external being caused the act, then that being becomes the primary cause. And if the being is the primary cause, human responsibility is weakened. On the other hand, if the human being remains responsible, then the supernatural being is not necessary to explain the intention of what's going on when the evil is being done. You doing it, you know you're doing it. You're going to say the devil made you do it. Then temptation can be understood as a condition. It can be an opportunity. It can be pressure. It can be a desire. It can be fear, and it can be anger. It can be a situation in which a person must choose between their actions. But temptation does not need to be a supernatural person. So the paradox is this: if the devil literally makes a person perform the action, the devil is responsible. Period, point blank. That moves responsibility to the devil. Now, if the person performs the action, their own intention, then the devil is not required for an explanation. Why is pulling the devil in? That's how you move responsibility back to the person who's doing it. From there, I developed a moral stress test that I called the innocent daughter paradox. Now, I was young when I had this. I hadn't had no daughter. I, in fact, hadn't had any kids yet. I got 2 kids, a son and a daughter. They're my number one fans. Like I said, my little father time in Mother Nature's. My mom and my daddy, my big father time in Mother Nature's. Me and my wife, we father time in Mother Nature. You know what I'm saying? But that's another fractal form that we talk about later on. Right now, I'm just giving y'all some of the basics, because it needs to be known exactly what my argument is. But imagine a young Christian woman, fresh out of high school, third semester of college. Let's say she the first year of school, but she in her, no, we're gonna say her second semester of college. And her friend go out, and they growing up in, they go to a store and they steal some shirts because they wanted matching shirts. One of them didn't have enough money. Both of them didn't have enough money. So they just took the shirts and stole. Them being Christians had already said to themselves, they're just going to make sure they go to church and they're going to pray and repent. Because that's what you have the option to do. That same night, they went to a college party. Older gentleman was there. Shouldn't even been at the party, but he was at the party. Somehow got with the ladies, took them somewhere, did the most horrible thing he could, and unalived them. They didn't get a chance to repent, right? Before she has the opportunity to repent, I'm gonna say they, because it was her and her friend. She is attacked, and like I said, they kill her. Now the attacker survives. He goes to court, Years later, he repents, he accepts correct theological doctrine, he is forgiven for his sin. Under certain forms of salvation and theology, the attacker may be accepted into heaven while the victim may be condemned because she died before she was able to repent. And the scoundrel gets to go to heaven. And if you in heaven, he get to dance around with you and be happy. And your sister, your daughter, I'm not saying every Christian accepts that conclusion. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm using this as a scenario test. Does the system evaluate intention, responsibility, harm, justice, and consequence? Or does doctrinal status override that moral reality, accountability, and oh, take the chat. I see why you're saying take the chat down too, because it got information up there. My bad, OTK. I'm sorry, man. I apologize for that. I'm blocking the bottom of the slides and shit, just talking. But I hope y'all heard what I said about that in temptation. But I'm asking myself, does that system evaluate intention, responsibility, harm, and justice, and the consequences? Or does that doctrinal status override that moral responsibility that we have? If the victim can be condemned while the offender is rewarded because of timing and doctrinal confection, then the system has produced an outcome that appears to reverse justice. Yes, OTK. I think that's a good point too. That conclusion forced me to look beyond the concept of evil. I started asking what people meant by God. Because if that concept of evil is out the way, then I have to find out what is supposed to be the reason that supposed to be created evil like that. And that's where I had to adjust my targeting. I did. After examining evil and the human responsibility, I began examining the traditional concept of God. I was not simply asking whether I believed in the word. I was asking what function the word was performing inside the explanation. God is often described as eternal. He's described as uncreated. He's described as the ground of everything. God is described as necessary. God is described as existing before the universe. God is described as the cause of everything that exists. But when I examined those descriptions, I began recognizing that the role being assigned to God was actually the role of existence. What's up, Roy Chess? I see you in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Titans Debate League. You know who it is, man. It's your boy Oli. Just giving a little talk about what you should know before you critique quantum onlyism or want to debate it. Or you might just want to get the books and have a good time with a view that is new. If not to me, it is to you. But I don't know why it always rhymes, but it's on time when nature does her thing. But when I examined those descriptions, I began recognizing that role is what existence does. Everything described as real must exist. Anything described as active must exist. Anything described as intelligent must exist. Anything described as powerful, creative, necessary, timeless, supernatural, or causal must exist in some sense. The traditional statement often says God has always existed and God created existence. But that creates a problem in my eyes in quantum Onlyism. If God existed before creating existence, then God was already an existent. Now, existence is Existence. Existent, which is me, you, everything that's within existence, is Existent. Existent. I'm an existent within existence. You are an existent because you exist. If God can think, decide, act, choose, plan, create, then identity and order, activity already have to be present. The explanation is using the condition of existence before supposedly creating existence. It places an existent outside of existence and then gives that existent the ability to create the totality it is already functioning within. I see why I need to remove that banner now, OTK. Whoops. Damn. I gotta remove everything, man, till we have a break. Shout out to the chat on the Titans Debate League. It ain't never whack. Where you at? Where you at? Shout out to all the Titans and everybody else that's fighting to be enlightened. I'm just giving y'all where I came up with my concepts, how I got Father Time and Mother Nature as my God and my goddess. But I ain't gonna get into all of that right now. I'm just supposed to explain to you how I came about my point of view within existence. That ain't nobody else's. It ain't no panpsychism or idealism or none of that. But if God can think and God can decide and act and choose, plan or create, then identity and ordered activity are already present. The explanation is using the conditions of existence before supposedly creating existence. It places an existent outside of existence. It places an existent outside of existence. And then it gives that existent the ability to create the totality it is already functioning within. Now, I know ways that they trying to explain it, and I think people do too. Sometimes people respond by saying they only mean God created our physical universe. And that's a different claim. Quantum onlyism, though, I don't define existence as merely an observable universe. Existence means the totality of anything that is. There may be dimensions that we don't know of. There may be universes we don't observe. There may even be fields and forms and structures beyond our present scientific ability. But if they're real, they belong within existence. There can be an outside to Earth. There can be an outside to a galaxy. There can be an outside to the observable universe. But there cannot be an outside of existence. What up, Brass? I see you in the building. The moment something is said to exist, it has already been included. So my argument is not that there's no highest reality. My argument is that the highest reality cannot coherently be an existent entity that's standing outside the totality of existence. Anything real enough to act, create, decide, or cause already exists. This is what I mean by correcting the target. I was no longer searching for a person who created existence from outside of existence. I was asking, what must be true for existence itself to be intelligible? If the word existence means the totality of what is, then what does it mean for existence to be intelligible? And that was also charged to another question. Instead of asking only who caused the first motion, I began asking, why is there motion anyway? And more carefully, what functions must be present whenever anything moves, changes, forms, persists, or can be identified? But before I could build that argument, I had to stop allowing inherited answers to receive special treatment simply because they were old, they were popular, religious, emotionally important. I had to stop insulting my own intelligence. And that's when I asked the only 6 questions that I needed to stop insulting my own intelligence. I shouldn't give y'all these right now, but y'all won't take heed of it, and I'll be able to answer y'all again. You just ain't gonna be happy when I ask them to you. This is how I stopped insulting my own intelligence. We'll call it an intellectual reset or an intellectual update. I didn't reset, I updated. Like everybody should. Update. Update, update, update. The forward progress of existence. The morphogenesis of existence. Update. Transform. Update. Transform. So here's the only 6, the first 6 questions. My first update. There were the first 6 questions I had to ask myself before I believed I had the right to form large questions about existence. These questions were not developed after the philosophy was complete. They came before the completed formation. What these questions forced me to determine whether I had actually identified necessary functions or whether I was merely creating another story. The first question is existence real? If anybody answers no, then there is no inquiry. I can't even talk to you about existence. There's no denial. There's no thought. There's no person answering that question. If you don't exist and you don't believe in existence, even the claim that existence is unreal would be an event occurring within whatever the real enough place is that you contain the claim. You know you exist. The second question is existence intelligible? What I mean by that is, can anything be distinguished? Can one state be identified as different from another? I'm proof of that. I know that I am different from anything else that is outside of what I know as me, what everybody else knows as me. Can one state be identified as a different from another? Can a statement be compared with what it attempts to describe? If reality is completely unintelligible, then philosophy, theology, science, skepticism, and denial all collapse together. No claim could be more meaningful than any other claim. So this is how we know that existence is intelligible. So the third question I ask myself is, what must be true for intelligibility? What I mean when I ask that question is, what must already be present before something can be recognized as something? The fourth question is ordered update required? Can there be motion, change, process, cause, memory, thought, experience, or development without any sequence? Can there be a before and an after without some form of ordered relation? The fifth question is constraint or form required? Can anything have identity without boundary, relation, form, structure, or distinction? Can something be recognized without being constrained into some state rather than every other state? And then the sixth question is remove either one. Does existence still hold? Which means if you remove ordered update, can anything occur? Can a thought proceed? Can a cause produce an effect? Can a state become another state? Can a universe unfold? Now remove form and constraint. Can anything be identified? Can one object differ from another object? Can anything possess properties? Can there be relation without distinguishable relator? The only six forced me to recognize that I might rename the functions, but I could never remove them. I could call time sequence. I could call it process. I could call it transition. I could call it temporal order. I could call nature structure. I could call nature boundary, form, identity, relation, or constraint. But changing the labels did not remove the functions of the things that they first were called, time and nature. That's why I developed the statement, you can rename the labels. You cannot delete the functions of ordered update and structured constraint. From nothing that you can suppose or propose. You'll try to sneak it in, or you'll be saying it without knowing because you haven't put yourself through the critical exercises that I put myself through. Now, if you keep verbs, you keep ordering. If you keep identity, you keep constraint. The only six did not finish quantum Onlyism. They convinced me that there was a real argument available to formulate. From there, I established the only axiom. Hold on. I don't know what happened right there. This is the only axiom. Nothing exists outside of existence. This is a closure axiom. It establishes the domain of the argument. It does not claim that human beings know everything that exists. It does not say modern science has discovered every form of reality. It does not say that we observe or what we observe is all that can possibly be. No, I'm not saying that. It says that whatever is real belongs in the totality of what is. To understand the axiom, three words must remain distinct. The first is existence. Existence is the totality. It is the only of its kind. There cannot be two entirely separate totalities of everything that exists. If two domains exist, then both domains, their differences, and whatever separates or relates them belong to a more inclusive totality, which is existence. That's the priority that we've always had on that word. The second word is reality. Reality refers to actualized states, forms, events, relations, and conditions within existence. Reality is what is being described and explained. Reality is not automatically the explanation of itself. The third word is intelligibility. Intelligibility. Incoherent and intelligibility. Coherent, these are words that you'll hear a lot when you hear quantum onlyism being spoken. When we go back and watch my argument alleys and things, or you listen real close to any time I'm talking, I'm real big on intelligibility. Intelligibility is the possibility of coherent identification, distinction, comparison, and explanation, because we want explanations, right? Quantum onlyism does not claim that human understanding creates experience. No, friend, no. We do not claim that human understanding creates existence. We don't. Existence does not wait for a human mind before becoming real. Human beings recognize reality. We do not manufacture the totality by thinking about it. For example, an imagined dragon exists as a mental event. There may be an image, a thought, a symbol, a memory, or a pattern of neural activity. That mental event is real as an occurrence within existence, but the existence of the thought does not prove that the external biological dragon exists. The thought and the object of the thought are different claims. The only axiom prevents explanations from escaping the domain they are supposed to explain. If somebody places a proposed cause outside of existence, but gives that cause identity, power, intention, intelligence, or activity, then that cause has already been described as existent. It exists. I didn't do it. This is what it's always been. So the axiom closes that escape hatch. But the axiom is not the complete argument. It tells us there is no ontological outside. It does not yet explain what functions intelligibility, an intelligible reality, and intelligible existence requires. That is the purpose of the only argument. This is where it gets good. But before we get to the only argument, you know what I got to do, man. I got to give a shout out to my Titans that's fighting to be enlightened. Let's make sure we like, share, subscribe. Let everybody know about the Titans Debate League, man. Titans Debate League got some nice little views. Also got the $100 tournament coming up. So don't forget about it, man. And get in contact with A1. I played that earlier, but remember this.
Listen up, Titan family. The Coliseum of Arguments is officially opening the vaults, and this is your chance to win a piece of league history. We're running a massive high-stakes t-shirt raffle, and these are not your average tees. We're talking an ultra-exclusive, limited edition, premium custom apparel that you can't buy anywhere else. Once they're gone forever. We're keeping the stakes high and the odds completely in your favor. Here's how it goes down. Tickets are only $2. The limit, $40 or 20 tickets per person to keep the playing field fair. The odds, we're picking a brand new winner for every 20 tickets sold. Think about the math. If you max out your 20 tickets, you are essentially guaranteeing a crowd milestone and forcing a new drawing. The more tickets moving, the more winners we crown back to back. Are you a $3.99 channel member? Then we've already got your back. As a thank you for holding down the foundation, every single $3.99 member is automatically getting one free ticket entered into the raffle. But don't just rely on that one ticket. Secure your stack, maximize your odds, and ensure your name gets called. These custom designs, from the legendary Debate or Die print to the official Titans Debate League emblems, are strictly limited edition. You don't want to be sitting in the chat watching everyone else flaunt their exclusive gear while you missed out over a $2 ticket. How to enter? Open up your Cash App. Send your entry to $Titans Debate League. Put your name/handle in the note so we know exactly who to crown. The clock is ticking, the tickets are moving, and the next 20 ticket milestone is closing fast. Lock your entries in now and claim your crown. Winners picked this Friday. Are you not entertained?
bird droppers. Ooh. Yeah. It's for the thinkers and the ballers, the debaters, the philosophers, the ones they try to overlook. When I be philosophizing, I be doing my thing. Got the whole world screaming out the bird name. All white Air Force Ones looking like cocaine. Don't make me drop some knowledge, make your head go bow. When the bird talking, I be talking my slang. Old Coliseum echo in the bird name. I ain't seeing no challenges, I'm on my game. Don't make me drop this knowledge, make your head go bow. Yeah. Grab this beat, rip it up like Terry Cloth. Just be Virgin Mary, watch me knock the cherry off. Oklahoma raised me, pressure never scare me, dog. Bird droppings make a fake rapper, change is hard. You like the big man, I like the shooting guard. SGA energy, pulling up from way beyond. WWE flow, Undertaker aura, every beat I touch turn obituary form. Wavy it's around, better guard your whole boat from the deep end waters where the fish won't flow. Flying laps around these dudes, call me Usain Bolt. Only birds spitting crack cause the thought's too dope. Nothing divine, but the union of nature and time. Philosophize, at the same time I write rhymes. When I be philosophizing, I be doing my thing. Got the whole world screaming out the bird name. All white Air Force Ones looking like cocaine. Don't make me drop some knowledge, make your head go bow. When the bird talking, I be talking my slang. Whole Coliseum echo in the bird name. I ain't seeing no challenges, I'm on my game. Don't make me drop this knowledge, make your head go bow. This bird and me, I'm standing by that sentence. Sit back, lend me your ear, I'll make you a witness. Minutes of the game, swagger on Dennis. Won't hesitate to go inside your thoughts like a dentist. Busy little dudes don't wanna get on my list. Known for cooking world views till they crumble to bits. River flow cold, this bird the illest. Champ in the room, shot Gilgis Alexander with it. Super Saiyan money, your pockets krillin'. I'm on another level, y'all gotta be kidding. Hottest thing smoking, go check the philosophy. Waviest around to the highest degree. Flying to the top, never let nothing in between. Going till I'm out of legs, no centipede. Solid energy, pressure from the goddess. Lioness mindset, every move polished. Wisdom in the feathers, fire in the stare. True fit, hard, not a whole woman wear. Shot at the Titans. See them fighting, debating nightly, whole room igniting, sitting on the ledge, waiting down, watching that, looking now, watching that, looking now, watching that. You think you running? Ooh, please stop it. Seen your old videos, but I am not on topic. Pseudo killers commit suicide at the step to the different type animal. You can't move how I do, man. Maintenance, clean up on the aisle. You ain't heard thoughts like this in a while. Take a look. That's undercooked. Where you get them views from? Somebody else book this worldview. Cooking up your mind with the rhymes. Got the heat on time. Everything on prime. When I be philosophizing, I be doing my thing. Got the whole world screaming out the bird name. All white Air Force Ones looking like cocaine. Don't make me drop some knowledge, make your head go pow. When the bird talking, I be talking my slang. Whole Coliseum echo in the bird name. I ain't seeing no challenges, I'm on my game. Don't make me drop this knowledge, make your head go pow, pow, pow. Bird droppers. WWLOLEE. Know the ledge.
Yeah, man, let's get back to it. That's some of that bird droppings, man. You know, remember we live on our sister channel also. If you want to go over there, like, share, and subscribe, because that's where most of the business gonna be being done for this next thing that we have coming up. Remember, we do have the $1,000 tournament coming off of the $500 tournament. Clash of the Titans. Season 1.0. Shout out to Pandemus, the African, Pan the man, and all the Babylonians. You feel me? Ain't that what he say? Shout out to Pan the champion, man. He called himself Mancho Pan. WWE reference. We be having fun over here in the Coliseum of Debates, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to his opponent, wherever you may be. I hope you get a new ball of energy to come back with, you know what I'm saying? Because the Coliseum gonna be here, man. with new thoughts, new ideas, even when quantum onlyism gone and in colleges being taught and looked at with actual people who understand that it only calls for accountability. Man, the Titans Debate League still gonna be here presenting arguments, ideas, thoughts, uh, shows, and different things for different beings. Cause that's what it means when you're doing your thing, right? We right back at it, man. Let me see where we at. We on slide number 7. Cause this is the only argument. That's where we left off at, right? Everybody good? Can everybody hear me? I am. I got the microphone on. I ain't been having too many technical difficulties tonight because this is something that I really want to get out. Now I got to pull out my real analyst book. Yes, Hurt, you do. It is. It's different. My. Listen to me. The way I write and the way that I talk and tell my ideas when I'm just in argument alley and stuff, it's different. It's always been good to write your ideas down and tell them when giving speeches and things like that. I learn real good verbally with pictures when I used to learn and learn the M's, A's, B, C's and stuff. We had the regular ABC song, but they had different characters. I randomly remember one named Mr. M. He said, "I'm Mr. M, dun, 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 with a munchy mouth. Dun, dun, dun. My mouth goes munch, munch, munch. My mouth goes munch." You know what I'm saying? And it just made you say words with M, and you get the M's. They did the same thing with ABCs. When I learned my multiplication, it was songs how I learned them. The main one I remember is my 4 times 1 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. 4 times 3 is 12. And this is how I learned my stuff through music. That's growing up in the 80s and 90s. But yeah, I'm older now. Not just older, even when I was in school and things, I wrote different. I've always written different than I speak. I don't have the orator skills right now that I should have had already. But like I said, I never knew that this was going to be a philosophical argument that I can have. However, again, like I said, we're on the only argument. Let's get to it. Like my man Humble say. Shout out Humble. I hope you're doing all right, man. My man's Humble in North Carolina. Be safe down there. Shout out to all the Titans and everybody that's fighting to be enlightened everywhere within existence. It's Titans Debate League, Coliseum. That still won't work. But I guess the superset. Well, the superset is. Oh yeah, well he answered it. But we'll get to that. Hold on, Hurt. I'm gonna open the panel. That is why. But we're gonna get to it. I'm gonna open the panel, y'all. I only got a few more slides, a couple more songs. But let's get to the intelligibility of existence. The only argument begins with 2 functions. The first function is Father Time, or Fati. Father Time is a functional title for ordered update. It includes sequence, duration, change, process, transition, before and after, and the possibility that one condition can become another. Time is not merely like a clock time or the measurement that we use with clock. A clock is a physical device that measures ordered change. The device is not the function. Even if no human being existed to count seconds, processes could still occur in ordered relation. The second function is Mother Nature, or Mona. Mother Nature is the functional title for the structure of constraint. It includes form, identity, boundary, relation, lawful stability, and the conditions that allow anything to be recognized as something rather than everything else. Nature is not simply trees and rivers and animals and landscape. Those are particular formations within nature. The deeper function is the constraint that allows forms to have identity. The core claim is this: intelligible existence requires ordered update and structural constraint. Anything that happens requires a when. That does not mean it requires a wish watch. It means the event occupies some relation of sequence or change. Anything that is identified requires a what. That does not mean every form is permanent or solid. Yes, a form can be temporary. It can be relational. It can be probabilistic. It can be a field or process, but it must possess enough constraint to be distinguishable. That is what this slide represents with the two supporting pillars. One pillar is time, one pillar is nature. Remove time, and there is no unfolding. There is no process, there is no development, there is no transition. Remove nature, and there is no identifiable form. There is no distinction. There is no stable relation. There is no recognizable state. This does not mean that time and nature explain every detail of reality by themselves. They are proposed as the minimum constitutive conditions required for an intelligible existence. Where you going, Hurt? You going to get your Onlyism shirt? I also distinguish together from union. Time and nature are together because ordered, update, and constraint are co-present throughout intelligible reality. But union names a fully coupled, coherent, self-stabilizing phase state. Things can be present together without being integrated into the same degree. So existence is because time and nature are together. Union refers to their complete or coherent coupling. When I use the expression Fati multiplied by Mona equals 1, the number 1 is not meant as ordinary arithmetic. It represents the unity or the completion. Existence is the one inclusive totality, while individual formations are partially expressions of it, within it. Quantum onlyism therefore replaces creation with formation. Creation usually imagines absolute nothingness becoming something through an intentional creator. But formation begins with existence. Check it. States form through ordered update under constraint. This is what we experience and see. We see patterns stabilize, we see structures persist, they transform, they dissolve, and reform. Time and nature are not two physical objects floating somewhere before the universe. They are the functions that are present whenever any intelligible state exists. Once I reached that argument, I needed to explain how the understanding itself develops. And that's where I came in with recognition. See, I don't begin by telling people to believe. I begin by telling people what I recognize. Recognition is the process by which a system identifies difference, relation, pattern, and condition. At the human level, recognition includes the ability to update our understanding when experience conflicts with what we previously believed. This is why I compare recognition with Bayesian updating. You begin with a prior understanding. Evidence enters, the understanding is revised, the revised model influences action. The action produces consequences. Those consequences provide feedback. That feedback produces further recognition. The cycle shown on this slide is your prior understanding finding evidence, updating your understanding, because we have to update. You make an action about it. You see feedback. Then you have further recognition, which repeated. What was your understanding then? Did you find any new evidence? If so, do you update? Action. Around in a circle. This is recognition at its finest. No, this does not mean Bayes' theorem mathematically proves quantum onlyism. No, this is not what I'm saying. This model right here is a discipline of updating. It shows how confidence change when information changes. Check it. Hold on. I got to go get me a bottle of water. Excuse me. Real quick. I'll be right back. So y'all go ahead and listen to this.
Are you done yet? Is it my turn? I let you cook, you let it all burn. Are you done yet? Is it my turn? You didn't know, you were about to learn. Take a look, that's undercooked. Where you get them views from somebody else, but this world view cooking up your mind with the rhymes. Got the heat on time, everything on prime. This for the ones that like they don't know me. Shout out the homies, shout out the titans. Coliseum fighting, debating nightly. Sitting on the ledge waiting, watching, pacing, looking down, watching the hate. Looking down, watching the hate. That's alive and late, you still eating bacon. Views on life, fantasies waiting. Kicking while debating, no daddy over here. But you about to take it. Catch me backstage, twisting fingers like Crip Mac. Whole room free soon as the hour and let the whip blend. Pseudo killers commit suicide if they step to the woo. Please don't debate me. Got residency at Titans too. Are you done yet? Is it my turn? I let you cook, you let it all burn. Are you done yet? Is it my turn? You didn't know, you were about to learn. Take a look, that's undercooked. Where you get them views from somebody else's book. This world view cooking up your mind with the rhymes. Stop the heat on time, everything on rhyme. Equivocation, switch definitions for the benefit. Whole world view collapse and still somehow defending it. Strong man real weak, I break it in a second reduction. You'll observe them, reproducing reckless. Motors honing up, permits got confirmed. Motors told watch the falsehood burn. Maintenance clean up on the aisle. You ain't heard thoughts like this in a while. You think you're running? Please stop it. Seen your old videos, but I am not them topics. You might have got old dude that won't work now. Bird droppings on the way, watch the whole room bounce. Nothing divine, but the union of nature and time. Philosophize at the same time. I write rhymes. Nothing divine, but the union of nature and time. Philosophize at the same time. I write rhymes. Hair color, skin color, shoes, flat earth, brown earth, big view. Everything debatable. Welcome to the league. Different type animal, a different breed. I remember every one of you, everything you said. Talking like the air was floating under you instead. No strategy, blunders to every move sloppy. Not the whole crowd yelling. Oh, Ellie got him copy. Flew high above, look down, then I do. Don't two dudes and whoever hanging with you. Different type animal, you can't move how I do. Pseudo killers commit suicide if they step to the hole. Are you done yet? Is it my turn? I let you cook, you let it all burn. Are you done yet? Is it my turn? You didn't know, you were about to learn. Take a look, it's undercooked. Where you get them views from somebody else's book. This world view, cooking up your mind with the rounds. Stop the heat on time, everything on prime. Bird droppers. Go, be down. Eat, know the ledge.
Yeah, man. That's bird droppers. Remember what we got coming up? Starting this July. We already in July. No, not yet. Another day. We got this tournament starting. I ain't gonna act like it's starting on July 1st. You know, we still got 4th of July and people doing things. Remember to be safe as you travel during your days and gathering with your family. Um, doing whatever it is that you do. Um, and keeping it coherent and intelligible the whole while. There's no reason to be incoherent with any of your dealings. Won't get you nowhere. But one of the dealings that you can get in on is this $1,000 grand prize. Remove this, man. I forgot that was out there. And you get a $50 for each round that you win. So see how many rounds is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 16-man crew. So shit. I feel that's $200. 300 for the finals plus the 1,000. Shit. 1,300. Titans Debate League. Shout out Titans Debate League 1.0 over and done with. You can go check that out on some of the live if you're a member. Go rewatch it, relive it. I believe we're gonna be doing some review shows heading into the new uh, championship. I'm gonna get to go review my argument that I had. It wasn't part of the tournament. However, it took place during the time of the tournament. It was just a little exhibition sparring, trying to see what quantum onlyism was. It was about Father Time and Mother Nature. They unknowingly put my man Suave Boss in there. Suave Boss still had PTSD. I know he hated that he lost the pen. But he left on good measures, didn't say a word, walked out, head down as every loser should. This Titans Debate League, y'all know I'm just joshing. We been playing. Shout out Suave Boss. Shout out the Black Woman. Shout out Black Power. That's what he preaching. You know what I'm saying? And that's for him. I don't necessarily go by it, but shout out my man Suave Boss and Black Power. Y'all know what he mean. The Black woman is God, he say. I believe all women are goddess and fractals of Mother Nature. And all men are time. In fact, fractals of Father Time. But that's in the books. And that's what we're here for tonight, right? That what I was doing? I forgot I was doing something. Because I was about to start rocking because some of that music that Oli got, man, just be out of this world. Let me see. We on slide number 8. Yeah, man, we was talking about recognition before I left. And recognition is recursive. Recognition can be compatible with recognizing itself. A system may identify its environment. A more complex system may identify its own internal conditions. A still more complex system may compare its current recognition with previous recognition and alter its behavior accordingly. This is the recursiveness of awareness, and this is how awareness originally develops. When recursive recognition becomes integrated, self-referential, and sufficiently complex, we describe it as consciousness. When recursive recognition becomes integrated, self-referential, and sufficiently complex, that's what we call consciousness. In quantum onlyism, consciousness is not a supernatural ghost inserted into the body. No. I'll talk a little bit on it. I really don't like to, because like I said, it's part of my debate package. But it's also not treated as meaningless. It is a highly developed form of recursive recognition within a structured and updating system. I'll give you that. This also explains why correction is part of the method. When I reclassified book 3, I did not conclude that every ideal in the project had failed. I recognized that one category had been confused with another one. A projected belief says, I must preserve the conclusion no matter what happens. Recognition asks, what does the evidence now require me to change? That's what recognition means. Say I see a snake. I approach the snake a certain way. The snake bigger than what I thought. I recognize that this snake is bigger than what I thought. I update so I can take him down still. But I update how I'm going to take him down. Recognition asks, what does the evidence now require for me to change? This is why the history of quantum onlyism includes my mistakes. I begin with a personal inquiry. I formed explanation. I recognized contradictions. I corrected the target. I asked the only 6. I formulated an argument. And then I needed a repeatable method for auditing claims, including my own. That method became Know the Ledge in OWL. And y'all know the Ledge. Nice little show that I got. Busting down, telling the history. I created Know the Ledge so we could audit the arguments, look at all of the major positions and arguments of the past, see what philosophers of the old as well as modern philosophers and what we think of, and then I always put my little quantum ledge in it to show you how far I walked. But to get to the knowledge, you have to get to know the ledge. That's my motto in this part of the argument. Because know the ledge is the boundary where a claim stops holding together. Know the ledge is not simply just the name of a program. Know the ledge is the audit method. The first stage is define the terms. Many debates continue for hours because both sides are using the same word differently. One person uses time to mean clock measurement. Another uses time to mean sequence. One person uses God to mean a conscious creator. Another uses God to mean the highest reality. If the terms are not identified or defined, the participants always seem to appear to disagree while discussing completely different claims. Right, Roy Chess. Roy Chess can tell you more. I don't know if Roy Chess is still in here. Oh yeah. I'm definitely gonna drop the J. I see Jeremy, my man Yehuda, Wide Ben Yokahanan in the building. Shout out. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link after this. I don't know. You never came up for the face off. I don't know if we got pictures and everything. We'll talk about that in a minute. Let me get back to this cooking. Make sure I season everything real well. But we get to the second stage. The second stage is to expose the assumptions. What must already be true for the argument to begin? Has the conclusion been placed inside the premises? Has the speaker assumed that very thing they claim to demonstrate? Has a concept been granted the exact functions it's supposed to explain? The third stage is to check the argument form. Do the premises support the conclusion? Has a word changed meaning? Is the claim contradicting itself? Is there a logical gap between what is stated and what is concluded? The fourth stage is to run the collapse test. I have a collapse test where I remove the proposed primitive. Does the system remain intelligible? If someone says time is not real, but continues to use sequence, change, memory, cause, process, development, then they have removed the label while retaining the function. If someone denies nature but continues to refer to identity, fields, laws, objects, distinction, or relation, then they have rejected the word while borrowing the structure. And the fifth stage of this is to cash the claim out in reality. What does the claim actually require? What difference does it make? What would reality look like if the claim were true? What would count against it? OWL means the only world logic. It's the logical operating method for examining claims within the one exclusive world of existence. This does not mean one planet. It means every claim, possibility, every object, every thought, every universe. Any proposed realm belongs to the one inclusive domain of what is. If it exists, it's within existence. The owl watches for equivocations. It watches for contradictions. It watches for the premise smuggling. It watches for rescue drift, where a claim treats into metaphor or retreats into metaphor whenever pressure is applied. It watches for empty labeling, where a mystery is renamed instead of explained. This is what the owl and know the ledge method does. See, the only six came first. The only six is asked what I had to recognize. Know the ledge became the method for testing whether what I recognized could survive examination. So yes, I ran the ledge on quantum onlyism. Imagine that. You want to know how I know my idea is intelligible and coherent, valid and sound? Because I ran it on the ledge. What said the pseudo bacon? I just figured that out. Cosmine, shout out Cosmine, Cal, Cosmine TV, and all of the Waspy Creator Gang. Let me call them Gang. Is Cedric's lips pseudo bacon? Is that pseudo? Is Ortega bacon pseudo bacon? If you ever see this, Cosmine, man, I hope you answer that. I wish you was in the who in the chat? Can anybody in the chat answer that? Answer that for me. Put a one if Ortega bacon is pseudo bacon. And put a two if you think Ortega bacon is real bacon that you'll fry in a skillet. And either way it go, I'm going to fry it. But do you think it's real as pork bacon? Is his lips pork bacon? Or is it pseudo bacon? Talking about all of that. Everything over there he took off somebody else. What is TED Talks? Is TED Talk a knockoff? A TED Talk? Man, I ain't gonna even get into that because we got something special for you. We're gonna run it through the methodological rubric and show you that you did right by not saying you didn't want to debate it, but you did wrong when you said what it was. And like I said, tonight I'm just giving you a little bit of what it is, what it's not. But I was talking about know the ledge, and that's the method that I use to recognize exactly what it is that I'm arguing. What it is I'm arguing when I'm debating people. I want to know the ledge of their argument too. I try to strongman every argument. If you go back and look at me and Suave's debate, you'll see I strongman his argument. This is one of the methods I use when y'all come to quantum onlyism and you want to just start using it for arguments and things. I teach you the actual ins and outs of the argument and why it's undefeated thus far. I am going back to school right now. I'm finishing up my nonprofit classes because I do have only Divinity Institute where my proposed scientific research and experimentation will take place. We can move on into the age of Aquarius. Well, we already moving into it, but that's a whole nother subject. Right now, we talking about the owl, and to get to knowledge, you got to get to know the ledge. And when I applied that method on my own work, um, I had to correct the first book I completed. And the first book I completed was actually book 3. So let me tell y'all a little bit about this book. Okay. This is the Possible World book. This is now book 3. Now, once you get into book 3, you'll see that the philosophy is already developed inside this book. The basis, the concept of Father Time and Mother Nature existed is already within this book. The question of evil had already begun the inquiry. The only 6 had already forced me toward the functions of time and nature. But I did not initially present the argument as clean and as independently as the argument that I have today. I presented it in a large reconstruction of religious narratives. So I asked whether the stories involving gods, prophets, angels, heavens, miracles, revelation, and ancient events could be reinterpreted through natural mechanisms, right? I considered technology, I considered artificial intelligence, I considered biology and astronomy. I considered misunderstood history and social control, social constructs for social control. That produced a possible world. The problem was, while I was trying to remove supernatural explanations from religious stories, I attempted to connect myself to those stories through a type of privileged access. I was slipping. I considered whether I was connected to this thing called the water bearer. I considered the man with the pitcher of water. I considered reincarnation and saying that I was reincarnated through a certain lineage and prophecy, and that I possessed knowledge through a special identity. And then I saw how dumb that was, because I actually got to see what a lot of people did that was wrong when they came up with wonderful ideas to push humankind forward. And it pushed humankind forward still, but in a way that it still allowed atrocities to be in. I was criticizing supernatural authority while creating an explanation for myself. I was trying to explain how I knew by placing myself inside the answer. Oh, I talked to Father Time and Mother Nature. Oh, yes, I don't know. I had to recognize that this was the same mistake many intelligent people had made throughout history. They formed an insight. Instead of allowing the insight to survive through public reasoning, they attached it to revelation or prophecy or destiny or supernatural selection. The idea then became protected by the special identity of the person presenting it. I had to admit that I had reduced my own philosophical framework into absurdity. I did. I created an abductio absurdum with time and nature to prove how absurd supernaturalism is. Time and nature are universal enough to construct any possible event. That's how good time and nature is. But compatibility does not establish actuality, I must admit. The fact that a story can be explained through time and nature does not prove that the story happened. So just because I give you a better idea of how things might have happened, still doesn't mean that they happened. That still is not something that I say I believe. What I recognize is that every possible event would require time and nature still. That does not mean every possible event is real history. Once I completed the book, I understood that the book was better classified as a constrained possible world reconstruction. And if you don't know what a possible world is, it asks, if some religious reports had natural rather than supernatural causes, what coherent account might follow? What if some of the things in the Bible wasn't supernatural and people were seeing things that's real? I was listening to DJ Genesis. I know I didn't talk to her before, but she was proposing an idea about different things. And this is what I mean when I say possible world. It does not establish that this is proven history. I possess supernatural access to it. I did not destroy or abandon the work. What I did was corrected the category. I stopped trying to become a part of the answer. I returned to understanding the answer that I had already found. And that's what returned me to produce book one. Now, this is the foundation. After I completed book three and recognized the folly inside its presentation, I returned to the philosophy itself, the philosophical side of my view. I said, why? No. This is part of the theory of, I do got the logical format within that book, Rochester, but it's a logical deduction. It's in the book, Rochester. You get me all right. What up, Ben Eaton? I see Ben Eaton in the building. Let me see if I missed anybody else. I've been talking, getting it going. But shout out to all the Titans that's fighting to be enlightened. You know what it is over here, man. Just getting some ideas out. Whether you believe it or not, you can look at it as entertainment. Go to bed and pray to whatever, or I ain't gonna say pray to, and do whatever worship that makes you comfortable and makes you better than what you was. Let me get to one of these commercials. It's one we already played, but we got to play it because we do need them sponsors. And they pay.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book, and it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A1 Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal law shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns then act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now.
Yeah. Shout out my man's A1. That's one of his books he dropped. I helped him get it published and placed on Amazon.com through Only Divinity Publishing. That's my publishing company that I had to publish my books. And before we left, Excuse me. Shout out Humble. I see you in the building. Yeah, Humble. I'll be dropping. I got 4 more slides, man, and I'm gonna drop that link. I want to come up and talk about it. Try not to give too much of my information, but I know I gave a lot. If people ask questions, or I don't know, I think this is just a lot of stuff that people are gonna agree with. I try to get the stuff that I feel that most people agree with in some way. Um, but book one, as I stated, um, I removed the claim from being a personal prophet. I understood that's where people went wrong. I removed the need for reincarnation. I removed the claim for supernatural access. I removed the requirement that any religious narrative be historically true. I asked, what remains if all the material is removed? What remained was existence, reality, intelligibility, the only axiom, the only six, Father Time, Mother Nature, recognition, formation, the collapse tests, the vector, the B, together in union, and the only argument. And that became the history of philosophy of quantum onlyism to quantum onlyism. And this book one. It was completed second, but it is logically first because book one is the actual philosophy that was inside of book three that I had to extract and figure out my exact argument. It stands independently. It's book one because it doesn't need book two or book three to be real or true. And I'll explain book two in just a second, but in fact, I know that book three isn't true. It's a possible world. Book two, however, proposes scientific experimentation. But even if you don't accept book three, book one's still there. You don't have to accept book two. You don't have to accept my biography book. The philosophical argument must survive through the public reasoning. Book one places quantum onlyism within a wider history of philosophy. See, because in my view, philosophers, they have proposed matter, mind, spirit, substance, form, process. They've proposed ideas, information, language, and relations as fundamental. But see, in quantum onlyism, what do I do different? A lot of people ask me, what do you do different? One of the key things that I do different and that I thought everybody would see is that I asked what functional conditions each intelligible candidate already requires. See, matter must possess structure and participate in ordered change. Mind must possess distinguishable states and sequence. A substance must have identity and persistence. A process must have ordered update and constrained relation. The names may change, the function remain. Book one should therefore be criticized philosophically. A critic can show that a premise is false. A critic can show that an inference is invalid. A critic can produce a coherent counterexample. A critic can demonstrate equivocation. A critic can reduce time and nature into deeper primitives. A critic can argue that I have improperly moved from intelligibility to ontology. Those would be direct challenges. Book one cannot be refuted by pointing to one speculative narrative inside book three. That would confuse the foundation with an application. Once I completed book one, I began presenting and debating the philosophy. Then intelligent people asked me a serious question. If book one is correct, what should we expect to observe? Oh, when somebody asked me that question right there, it threw me. What would you expect to see if time and nature are what has always been in some phase or form? And that's why book two is the divine mechanics. Now, a lot of people see divine, especially the pseudo killers, and they look past the word mechanics. They don't put them together and see that it has some type of different meaning. Like, you can put two words together and keep the meanings of both of those words. And so, yeah, what I developed because people began asking what physical, biological, informational, and conscious patterns might follow if philosophical framework were correct. They were not asking whether book three was established history. They were asking if ordered update and structural constraint are fundamental to intelligible existence. What should we expect to observe? What might we see in physics? What might we see in biology? Right? What might we see in consciousness? What might we see in information systems? What might we see in artificial intelligence? What experiments or observations might strengthen, weaken, revise, or challenge the proposals? Divine mechanics is the bridge between the philosophical side and the proposed research. It does not replace physics. It does not claim that philosophy has already discovered every particle, field, every constant, or mathematical law. It does not use the word quantum as premises to make every mysterious claim imaginable. No, then that would be quantum mysticism, like they was trying to say. Quantum physics already describes reality through state transitions. It describes it through fields and probability, interactions, measurement and relations, and constraint. Quantum onlyism does not reject any of those findings of quantum physics. No. It asks whether the philosophical functions of ordered update and structural constraint appear consistently across fundamental scales. Book two, therefore, contains proposals. It asks where to look. It proposes correlation. It attempts to generate expectation. It attempts to turn philosophical functions into researchable questions. If recognition develops through recursive updating, what patterns should appear in conscious systems? If persistence requires stable relations between update and constraint, what patterns might appear across physical and biological systems? If identity is relational rather than absolutely isolated, what should we expect in complex systems and information exchange? Those questions require scientific work. Using scientific vocabulary does not make an idea scientifically verified. That is why book two does not claim completed scientific confirmation. It is a research program. It should be judged by the mechanisms, models, predictions, and proposed experiments, correlations, and willingness to be corrected. That is also why I developed the ideal of an institute. The institute exists because I believe some of the philosophical questions can eventually become organized research questions. It does not mean that those investigations are already completed. No. Now that we have the three books distinguished, the three different orders in the three different lanes, I must teach you. I got a couple more slides. This is important because there are three different orders that can easily be confused. Now, the first is intellectual. Why is everybody calling me now? No, I don't want to talk. Stop. Okay. So the first is my intellectual development and how I intellectually developed this. The inquiry began with evil. That led to the question of human intention and responsibility. Then I imagined the concept of God. That led me to the existence as the proper highest target. Then came the only six. The only six led to the necessary functions of time and nature. From there, I formulated quantum onlyism. So the intellectual order is evil, God question, existence, only six, time, nature, quantum onlyism. The second order is the writing order. The books were completed in this order: Book 3, Book 1, Book 2. The quantum truth of the only divinity was completed first. The history of philosophy to quantum onlyism was completed second. Divine mechanics was completed third. However, the philosophy began developing inside Book 3 before Book 1 was completed. I had a co-writer in Book 1. In Book 3. His name is L. Ron Thuggett. I'm going to get him to come introduce himself later on. But anyway, I think I moved the slide without trying to. I did. Divine mechanics was completed third. However, the philosophy began developing inside Book 3 before Book 1 was completed. The third order is the logical teaching order. That order is Book 1, Book 2, Book 3. Book 1 comes first because it establishes the philosophical framework. Stands alone. This is the philosophical framework. Book 2 comes second because it asks what research directions might follow from the framework. Book 3 comes third because it applies the framework to a possible reconstruction of religious narratives. And I use this as a tool when I'm debating. But more on that. I can't really just tell y'all too much about that. Because like I said, it's a reductio, and I reduce supernaturalism as well as this into absurd ideas that are intelligible though, just not coherent. So that's the three lanes. The first lane is philosophy. It includes the standalone argument, the metaphysical foundation, the logical deduction, and the rejection of privileged supernatural access. The second lane is science correlation. Correlation. That's a big word when you're talking science. One of the arguments or one of the discussions I was having with the pseudo killers, me and Ron Birkins. Shout out Ron Birkins. He had a show. If you ain't catch that, you get your membership. You can see that about the correlation of brain and mind and electrical signals firing through neurons. But science correlation. That includes research programs, predicted observations, possible hypotheses, scientific comparison, and possible testing. Now, I need to make one verbal correction to the third box shown on this slide now that I'm looking at it. The right lower box lists practical applications, ethical framework, community building, and existential meaning. Those may be related applications of my larger system, but that is not the precise definition of the third lane in this presentation. There should be a possible world and religious rebuilding. Yeah, because that lane constrains the constrained reconstruction of religious narratives through proposed natural mechanisms. It asks whether a story traditionally explained through miracles or supernatural actions can be reconstructed through technology, biology, artificial intelligence, astronomy, and all things within existence to a more coherent occurrence. It's not established history. It's not the philosophical foundation. It's a possible world application. And like I said, you got to look up possible world. I can explain it. It's just when I say, is it possible that this could be the deal? I'll just say, I'm thirsty. I go to A1's store. He say, yeah, I got strawberry, orange, and grape Fanta back there. I say, strawberry, is it possible you got some cherry? He say, no, I don't got no cherry. Why? Oh, because I'm allergic to cherry. But it was possible that it could have been. But he let me know that it isn't. But the color of it being red and it being possible, not saying that it happened, just possible that somehow a cherry could have got amongst the strawberry drinks. Maybe he had cherry and somebody took all the cherries and the last cherry that was left and they looked and said, oh, this ain't strawberry. I want strawberry. And they put the cherry back in the strawberry and didn't know it. Possibilities. This is a possible world scenario. And so you'll get more on that if you ever debate me. So I can bust your head. But anyway, yeah, the lanes communicate with one another. They do. Book 1 may inspire the questions in book 2. Book 2 may produce mechanisms relevant to book 3. They do. Book 3 may provide imaginative examples, but their burdens of proof must be mixed. A failed scientific proposal in book 2 may require revision of that proposal without automatically disproving book 1. An incoherent story in book 3 may fail without demonstrating that ordered update and structural constraint are unnecessary. But if the foundation in book 1 fails logically, then everything depends upon that. And that's what I'm here to debate. Book 1. That's why book 1 is logically first, because book 1 is where my argument is at. Book 2 and book 3 are used within my arguments of different levels. That's why it's 3 books. But you get me to my boy. This is my Al. This is my knowledge. This is how I know the ledge. This is my environment of quantum onlyism. Oli, pronounced O-Lee. Not Ali, not Owly. Oli. My name is Oli. The letters mean only logical explanation of existence. The name represents my conclusion that quantum onlyism, in my explanation, is the only logical explanation of existence that I've recognized that survives my complete audit. That statement does not mean I'm incapable of error. No. It does not mean popularity proves the philosophy. No. It means I have not yet recognized another explanation that removes ordered update and structural constraint while preserving intelligible existence. Olia is not merely a mascot. Olia is the embodiment representation of the whole philosophy. The owl represents wisdom, observation, and patience. The owl watches, it studies. It recognizes what may not be immediately visible. And the male peacock represents individuality, vivid color, expression, distinction, and the refusal to disappear into the sameness of every other hour that you see, the combat of every other knowledge that you done seen. Mine is different. My hours, the combined form represents different functions, fitting together without losing the individuality of the meaning of what this stands for. Quantum onlyism is expressed through human recognition. That's why Oli got a human body. Responsibility, creativity, language, and from Oli's perspective, the right eye is gold. That's the time eye. It represents Fati. It represents the ordered update, the sequence, the duration, and the change. The left eye is blue, green, and represents by the earth. You see the earth in his eye. That's the nature eye. It represents Mona. It represents structure, form, boundary, identity, and constraint. The two eyes represent the two function ways through which intelligible existence are recognized. Open both your eyes. People always talking about you got to open your eye. You have to open your third eye. No, you don't. You got to open your eyes. And if you mean opening your mind when you say open your third eye, I give that to you. But you first have to open both of your eyes and recognize what you're seeing as immediate, what contradictions you see and what people told you. And you have the right to try to fix it into an intelligible answer if the answers that have been given to you are not intelligible. And everybody has the right to do that, whether you want to form your own ideas or not. If it causes you to be well without and persist in a manner that is not contradictory to anybody else's persistence, then you go on pushing and arguing what you believe. I'm going to argue what I recognize. We'll see if belief stands up under recognition. We can see if you can find some inconsistencies in Father Time and Mother Nature from the way I propose them. We can see if I can find some inconsistencies into whatever you might propose. We don't even have to do those type of debates. We can do any other kind of debates because, like I said, I like to research and learn new views because a lot of the views I have come from studying as well as participating in other religious views to get a total glimpse of what it is I was trying to find when I was trying to find my answer to evil. So Oli embodies the complete philosophy. He ain't no deity. He's not a prophet. He's not a supernatural being. He's not an object of worship. He's a character. Okay? That I use for my branding. It represents CRISPR. It represents an owl, a harpy eagle, a peacock with a human body. When you get into my philosophy, you get to seeing CRISPR. I'm not saying that this is a CRISPR experiment that happened. I'm just saying if he became like this, it was due to CRISPR experimentation between a harpy eagle. But of course, again, like I said, this is just my philosophy. And this is the branding that I'm going to use to brand my philosophy. Just as Aristotle and everybody else branded theirs. This is not evidence that book one is real. No. I developed only because the system needed a recognizable voice. I didn't form it in the scholarly lane like you. I didn't have a chance to. I was doing other things, like I said, but I will take it there. But with branding, so my philosophy won't be ever mixed and changed as some people's have. People know my views. And so that's my knowledge. That's my out. That's Odin. You know what I'm saying? People misunderstood what I was attempting to explain. People reacted to fragments of what they heard. Um, but really, I just wanted my children and future readers to be able to see the questions, the mistakes, the revisions, and the reasoning for themselves. Because a lot of people will say stuff about you, done said stuff about you, might question your reasoning and how you logically come up with things or do things in a certain manner. Like I said, when you get into the whole philosophy, you'll see it just counts for accountability in an intelligible way. Um, I didn't want my kids to inherit rumors. I'm not hiding the corrections within my life. I'm not hiding that book 3 came first. I'm not hiding that I attempted to connect myself with some type of special access. But that showed the redundancy of what everybody else had already done. I don't have any special access. Even when I was doing that, I knew that I hadn't come up with anything that anybody else hadn't recognized if they just put the right places and the right meanings on words and stop special pleading and equivocating and all types of other fallacies just to put a view out. Let's debate it. I debate atheism too, because I give you exactly what they was looking for when they was looking for the word God. Not only do I take the devil out of the equation, I give you a God, a goddess, and the highest power because I recognize the same thing that y'all recognize. I just might be saying it different. It ain't nothing that y'all don't know though. Recognition without correction is merely just protected belief. Now, before we get to the final claim and the standard critique, quantum onlyism, I'm gonna open the stage. See, I can come up and let's discourse about anything. It don't even have to be about quantum onlyism. I hope there's some questions that I can answer for you. Right now, I'm really on get the book. Shout out Daryl Cosma. He was the first person to pay for it. And so now I feel like everybody else should pay for it. So I haven't been giving it away. People got it in the community. I'm sure they've been sharing it. Of course, hating is a broke man's sport. That's why it's free. So all the people that's hating on it ain't gonna be able to buy it if I was selling it. So because they broke. And how do we know that? Because they hating, and hating is free. And that's why it's a broke man's sport. Shout out my man's A1. Treat your smile like your money, he say. And I say treat your mind like it's divine. Shout out all the titans that's fighting to be enlightened. And before we get to this last slide, man, and open the panel, want to make sure that everybody know about what the Coliseum and Titans Debate League have coming. Uh-oh. Something ain't working. I can't get it. Uh-oh. Yeah, man. We're getting to the end because look like I ain't supposed to have all of the controls. Of course, there's always technical difficulties when the man with the plan is in the building. But I think we got it over here. Oh, man, it ain't going to let me remove nothing either. Oh man, that's cold, y'all. Well, that's cold. I can't change the I might can't even play no, let me see if I can't play a commercial real quick, man. It ain't let me change nothing. I'm almost at the end. Let me go on and finish this last slide there, man. So quantum onlyism proposed that existence is the inclusive highest reality, as you see there on my slide. It proposes that ordered update and structural constraint are necessary constitutive conditions of intelligibility. It names those functions as Father Time and Mother Nature. It does not claim that a supernatural creator stands outside of existence and creates the totality from beyond it. It is not absolute idealism. It does not claim that human consciousness creates all reality. It is not materialism. Matter already possesses structure and undergoes ordered change. It is not panpsychism. It does not claim that every physical particle possesses a human-like mind or that the universe is one big brain. It is not substance dualism. It does not treat mind and body as two different, completely distinct, disconnected kinds of reality. It's not merely atheism. Atheism denies or lacks beliefs in gods. Quantum onlyism attempts to provide a positive account of the conditions required for intelligible existence. The philosophy is the open criticism, but future criticism must attack the actual system. A critic should define existence, define reality, define intelligibility, define time, define nature, then show which premise fails. If ordered update is unnecessary and not present as an intelligible reality without sequence, change, transition, process, and causation, prove it. Give us one. Give us an example of one. If structure constraint is unnecessary, present an intelligible reality without identity, distinction, boundary, relation, or form. This is what I come to do. If time and nature can be reduced to deeper primitives, identify those primitives and demonstrate that they are not simply renamed versions of update and constraint. If the argument moves improperly from intelligibility to ontology, identify the exact point where the inference fails. Those are serious criticisms. Calling it strange is not a criticism. Calling it new is not a criticism. Calling it similar to something else is not a refutation. Pointing to book 3 does not automatically defeat book 1. Quantum onlyism does not ask to be protected from criticism. It asks to be criticized accurately. I want the debates. I want to hear people's points of view. See if we can't update something. Book 1 is what I want you to use, and it faces philosophical criticism. Book 2 can't be refuted. It's only proposed experimentation. We can find out if we can experiment and use comparative coherence and empirical critiques to see if the experiments work. Some of them gonna fail, some of them gonna succeed. I know they are. But I'm not saying that any of these things are true. These are proposed scientific hypotheses and observations. Whatever reality ultimately contains, it must contain some form of ordered update and some form of structure. For anything to happen to be identified with that thing, it has to have a nature and be within existence. You may go around and rename Father Time. You may rename Mother Nature. You may reject the symbolism. You may dislike my terminology. But if you keep verbs, you keep an ordering. If you keep an identity, you keep constraint. So before you critique quantum onlyism, find out my defined terms, try to expose your assumptions, and let's check my argument against your argument. We can run collapse tests on mine and yours. I have plenty other methods that point to why I'm rocking with quantum onlyism, even if I'm the only one. It's because I cash out the claims in reality. I know the ledge. And so let's let the debates begin, man. I want to thank everybody who listened to the full presentation. Whether you agree with quantum onlyism or reject it, the purpose of tonight was to establish the correct target. Now, I got a couple other shows coming up with my man A1 where we're going to put my entire catalog into AI and see what it says to us. Said, shut up, said. He was trying so hard. Put a video of me talking and let his AI what do you say, dissect and go over my view. One video. I don't know how long the video was, but I got something put together real good to barbecue. I asked y'all earlier, is I went up in this thing. I wonder if he already went on break. But I see him in the chat. Shout out A1 in the business. We're about to open this panel. Like I said, man, thank y'all for joining tonight. Whether you agree with quantum onlyism or reject it, the purpose tonight was just to establish the correct target. I explained where the inquiry began, how I came up with it. I explained the problem of evil in my eyes and how I wanted to be accountable and take responsibility because I never saw any evil or felt any evil doing anything to make me do it. Anytime I've done anything, I made the rational choice to do it and face the consequences, because the consequences that were to bear weren't harsh enough that I would have to worry about something. I explained the correction from the traditional creator concept to existence as the inclusive highest reality. I explained the only six. I explained the only axiom. I explained my argument with as little detail as I could because I want people to read the book. Ask some questions to me once you get the book. Like I said, I got a few intelligent people who are reading it. They take their time, they read it. They don't ask the questions sent there. I think they just compile questions and then they'll send me a reply with some questions. And I like to answer those questions in a nice, timely fashion. It hasn't gotten to be too many yet. It's only been about 7 people. They start asking questions at first, and then once they start reading it, they get entwined because I think the book and my papers and all my information, once you start reading it, you actually get a grip or get a hold of what I'm trying to say. And so I explained all of those things. The presentation portion is complete. Before I go and open the panel, I'm gonna just go ahead and make sure I got everything ready for y'all. Yeah, that's to each and every one of you who came in. And I want you to know that I appreciate it so much. And here's one of my sponsors. Oh, I can't even play that. We might be in trouble, guys. I hope y'all can still hear me. Let me see if this works.
Different type of hell.
Yeah, that's still working.
Different type of hell. Yeah. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was a type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town. Big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick. Running through the paper on that backyard business. Chasing dreams, chasing cream to the team. Rich 5'8", but I'm standing on that stand tall mindset. See these monkeys trying to pull me from the tree. Yeah, they put me down before that just turned me to a beast. So I hopped into the streets, showed the hungry how to eat. Oklahoma on my back, now I'm bringing pressure to the beat. Cold hard world, colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely get to sleep. Dreams feel close, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still a student of the game, don't qualify to teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. I'm not an animal, life just got wild. So I did what I had to do, the other routes was foul. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, I just wanna make my mama proud. Quantum Onlyism truth, yo, we bringing it out. Why y'all watching me? Better watch the crowd. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me.
And my man's Humble Mystic in the building.
Peace and blessings, peace and blessings. You already know what's up. What's up, Quantum?
What's going down, man? You know me, man. Just shit, doing my thing. How you doing? You all right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, I had to come up. I seen you know with your presentation, bomb presentation, by the way, Brody. Bomb presentation, by the way.
Thank you, man. You know, go ahead and get it out there.
I got a question for you, Brody.
Yeah.
When you look at existence, can you break down existence for me? Just in a, you know, you ain't got to give me no long dissertation. Just, you know, a sentence or two.
like what existence is to me,
Mm-hmm.
in my view. Oh yeah, existence in my view, man, is the total set of anything that obtains. Um, in fact, I got a message today about that and about what I mean when I say existence.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I do say existence, I use the word obtains. And I simply mean that something is present or that, like, that is the case for sure. For example, if I say that certain conditions obtain, I mean that the conditions is there.
Mm-hmm.
It actually holds. And so I would say that existence is the main subject of what I'm talking about. I'm asking what existence must already be like, um, for anything in it to be known, separated, identified, changed, explained. So existence is what we actually trying to understand when I say existence.
Right. I asked that question because I have a concept of existence,
Hmm.
and when I sit and I think of the concept of existence, I look at existence as a broad stroke of things. Right. I look at it as anything that can be experienced, referenced, coherently imagined, and all of these things must exist within some layer of reality.
Right.
And so that's what I think existence is. And I asked you that question because you were speaking about and your presentation, you were showing, how you got to your framework. And your first two questions, you were asking, is existence real? And even that first question,
Yeah.
right, there's a lot to unpack even in that first question, because what we have to do is we have to take existence and we have to take reality, and we have to actually ask, what are these things, right? Because
Right.
some people look at existence and reality and think they're the same thing. In my worldview, I just explain existence as a broader stroke. When we talk about reality, reality is more narrow to me, right? Reality only deals with the physical layer that of what we call existence, right?
Right.
So it's the things that are measurable, it's the things that are detectable, it's the things that are independent of belief.
Right.
This is what's real. And existence is anything that can be experienced, referenced, or coherently imagined. Now, the thing about this is many things exist, but not everything is real.
Right.
And that's a brain buster to some people because they say, well, how can something exist and not be real? When we deal with existence, we have to understand that existence is layered ontology. There's many different layers to existence. There's physical existence, there's mental existence, right? Uh, there's conceptual existence. So these are just some of the layers that we have within existence. But when we're dealing with reality within existence, we're really only dealing with the physical layer of existence. And so when we're asking, what does it mean for something to exist? I don't think a lot of people really grasp and connect with that question and come up with the proper answers. This is why it's still one of the hardest questions, in philosophy and physics. And to people like me and you, Brody, because we do our own research, who I would consider average people in this field among the PhDs and stuff like that, these type of things seem so simple to us. But I personally feel like it's because not only is our thinking um, open, but we don't have we don't have the pressure to follow the academic crowd to the T. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people, they say what they say because they got an academic backing. But when you don't have that academic backing, then now you're allowed what they did with Terrence Howard. Now you're allowed to explore and say, wait a minute, this makes sense. And if this makes sense, then that makes sense. Then I can connect these two and now this makes sense. Now, what the higher echelons do is they say, well, wait a minute, you ain't a part of our circle, so you can't make those conclusions. But then what they'll do is they'll take what that person who's not in the community and they'll pass it off as their own. Again, what they
Hmm.
did with Terrence Howard, right? With his patents and things of that nature. So when we're coming up with these things and we're having these deep conversations, um, I think it's really important that we break these things down to the most graspable, fundamental levels that we can, so people can really understand what's going on. And I think another thing, I'm gonna land my plane right here. Oftentimes, people keep these concepts up in the air, and so because they keep them up in the air, um, they don't actually dive deep into them because they feel like it can get messy. So they just bunch everything together. Or we think existence is reality and reality is existence, and then they mash it together. Then they forget the coherence part about it. You feel me? And so that's why I wanted to start off with those two questions about reality and existence, because I think a lot of people hear what we say, and instead of separating the two, they come in at the situation with the two group being one and the same.
All right. And I agree with you that much. We got Tiffany to the stage, to the panel. Shout
What's up?
out Tiffany. How you doing, Tiffany?
Peace, peace. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine.
Okay. All right. So I have a question now. This is my first time hearing about quantum onlyism, and just out of curiosity, the first question is, what books do you have, or what book recommendation that deals with this subject matter? What books do you recommend that focus on this subject?
Well, that focus directly on this subject would only be my books. Now, other philosophical views and as well as other isms have their own philosophy. So to get any type of information about the structure of my view, you would only have to
Mhm.
research. You'd only have to research the history of philosophy.
Okay, okay, that's cool. That's pretty dope. So basically, like under quantum philosophy, things like that. Basically.
Well, yeah, under quantum. I put quantum in my book because I thought it would show correlation and show people that I don't disagree with anything quantum physics, quantum mechanics, and the things that have
Mm-hmm.
already been researched and found. Um,
Uh-huh.
and so, but when I start started my second book, and I exposed experimentation, that experimentation
Mm-hmm.
will go through regular scientific methods and those things, and so that's why that name is actually in the title. It isn't to refute or say that I came up with some new type of thing that's going against quantum physics or quantum
Okay.
mechanics or anything. No, no.
Can
Okay.
I
Okay.
actually
Okay.
piggyback on for you right there, Quantum? Um, I do want it to be said that uh, Quantum's worldview is not a is not a excuse me, a unique perspective about the world. Um, when you study quantum physics, just regular quantum physics, when you study entanglement, particle entanglement, when you study um, geometric dimensions, right, such as figures like E8 and things of that nature, um, you start to gather a lot of this information that Brother Quantum is speaking about. Now, the language may be a little different, but the philosophical worldview overlaps beautifully. You see what I'm saying? So, Sister Tiffany, I said that just to say, so Sister Tiffany, if you really want to understand,
Mhm.
the quantum's worldview without, getting the books, or, even when the books come out, if you don't have access, if you just, do your little due diligence and go research, quantum physics and what is this and what is
Oh,
that.
oh yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with quantum physics or whatnot. I'm not familiar with the concept that he's talking about, the quantum onlyism.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
just wanted him to elaborate more into that. So I just wanted to see like what books speaks on quantum onlyism. That's the only reason why I was asking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Also, yeah. So also the next question I wanted to ask is, do you talk about or do you discuss quantum chromodynamics and quantum electrodynamics?
Those things are interesting, yet they have no interest in part of my philosophy. Now, as I stated, it's a
Why is that?
philosophy, it's a philosophical view. And so when science is brought into it, um, I can speak on it and things, but like I said, quantum onlyism doesn't disagree with anything that any quantum physics or mechanics or science has already set forth as precedent and empirical
Okay,
evidence.
so okay, so I just need for clarity why you don't really like or why you don't speak on the quantum chromodynamics and the quantum electrodynamics in your book, just
Well,
for clarity.
in book two, it actually does speak on it.
Hmm.
Um, I don't speak on it when I'm talking about debates and things because, like I said, it's uninteresting to my argument and it
Okay,
wouldn't have any bearing because it's a philosophy. Now, when we start talking, I will have discussions about um, those things, and if ever any of my experimentation proposals come up, it will show those things. But I just it's a philosophy and not a science.
okay, okay. I respect that. All right, so I want to also ask you, what is your thought on consciousness? Does consciousness tie into the concept of quantum onlyism?
Yes, it does.
Okay, in what way?
Um, well, as I stated, if my philosophy is sound and valid and correct, then we should be able to put forth proposals on where we will be able to see um, certain types of things that we propose. And so, what I've done with Divine Mechanics, my second book, is like I said, I have an institute called the Only Divinity Institute, and what I do is I've used uh, the scientific method just to be able to propose scientific experimentation for different things that we're looking for, like the soul. What exactly would the soul be if it's physical? Like me and Humble was talking about, things that we propose should be physical. They might be in a different state, phase, or form. And so I put forth experimentation on where to look for different frequencies, if those frequencies are correct about the individuality and things of that nature.
Okay, okay. And what inspired you to get into what you call quantum onlyism? What inspired you to do it? What was the inspiration behind
Trying to see if people made their own choices or if a devil actually jumped in people and made them do it. And I went through a logical deduction process to find the incoherence in that. If that was incoherent, then the target of the word God must be incoherent. And so I went through a logical deduction of why that's incoherent. And then, like I said, I did research looking at different worldviews, philosophies, as well as the philosophy of theology, the philosophy of mind, um, and then just started asking different questions from the old questions that had already been asked because the old questions seem to keep being debated. And I think for an intelligible answer, we must set forth intelligible an intelligible design on how to get to these answers because the old questions seem to be at the wrong target and not able to answer intelligibly and coherently. Sometimes you get intelligibility, but it ends up being incoherent when you break it down. That's where my method
Okay.
knowledge come in.
All right. So can you tell me what is the old question that you're speaking of?
The question of evil.
Okay, the question of evil. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one I
So what do
started
you
with.
okay, so where do you stand on that as
That
far as your
every
position?
that evil is only in the intentions of man, and we'll only find it in the intention of man. There is nothing, no type of supernatural evil that gets in people. People are in a condition, in conditions in their life. They have the opportunity to make choices. They make those choices based on well-being as well as uh, consequences, and if they can bear consequences or if they'll even get caught. So if the condition is right, um, people have an innate way of doing what they feel is going to make them feel good or better their um, environment. Some of those things seem to be incoherent when they start impeding on the comfortability or the well-being of somebody else when it doesn't have to. For me to get water, I don't have to take Humble's pail and say that it's my pail. I can go get a pail, and it ain't no evil that jumped in me that made me take Humble's pail. I just felt like I could take his pail without nobody seeing it and then claim it as my own. And that's in the intention of man, and so that's what I see evil as incoherent reaction to a condition.
Okay. Okay. So just to have a better understanding. So basically your framework comes from a philosophical approach, not a scientific approach, correct?
Correct.
So you'll be
Correct.
more so into the metaphysics,
Correct.
correct? Okay. Okay. Got you. Got you. Uh, that's all I had. I thought the presentation was interesting. I didn't get a chance to listen to all of it. I listened to part of it, but I thought it was very interesting. I'm looking forward to hearing more
Thank
in
you
the near
so much,
future.
Tiffany. I appreciate you so much for your interest in taking your time in your Monday to listen to it. What you did listen to, we do have it um, on the Bait League if you get a membership, or we just like you to like, share, and subscribe if you can. And I like to see you in them comments and up on the panels because your questions were honest, wasn't anything. You was just trying to understand it, and that's what proper discourse is. Because, like I say, to get to the knowledge, you got to know the ledge, right? And so,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. We all gotta start. We all have to start from a beginning point, And once we start from the beginning or from the rudimentary form of knowledge, then that's how we able to progress and advance to the next level. So we all gotta have a beginning.
definitely, definitely. And
You
I
know,
thank you again.
this is a yeah. So my saying is this: a baby does not learn how to walk overnight.
Mm,
Yeah, see, babies don't walk overnight. In other words, a baby will have to learn how to crawl before they get a chance to walk. And so we just have to look at it like we are babies when it comes to the form of knowledge. So we have to take little steps by step, and then we can get to the higher level or get to the advanced level. So,
right. Thank you for your insight, and I appreciate you again.
all right, you're welcome, and thank you for having me up here.
Yes, yes. Do you have a particular view of your own before you leave?
Well,
Pick your mind real quick.
oh, okay, 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 yeah. Well, lately I've been studying a lot on science. My thing is I'm more into like psychology and sociology type of stuff, but I do have a philosophical point of view. Um, I have a point of view dealing with consciousness, and I believe that consciousness does exist, and I don't think it just exists within us as far as humans are concerned, but also beyond the physical as well, as far as like when I say beyond the physical, I mean like it also exists within the universe. Um, also in the cosmos, etc. So that's where I stand. That's what I believe. So I believe that consciousness is everywhere around us. I have a pantheistic point of view, which means that I do see the universe as being God, as being one with God. So I do stand on that position. Um, yeah, so yeah, and then also I kind of get into the concept about the yin and the yang, Taoism. So I follow that too, and I study various different type of information or whatnot. But that's just a few things. So, but yeah, my thing as far as philosophy is concerned will be more of consciousness. So I'm very intrigued about the subject of consciousness and trying to understand it. So yeah, that's where I stand on my position.
Can I ask you a question, sister? If I was to
Yes,
ask you, um, what is consciousness to you? If you can
that's
define
a,
it for.
that's a great question. Consciousness to me means to have some form of awareness, to or to be awakened,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah, so yeah, but it's to deal with some form of awareness, and having a sense of awareness not only of your surroundings but awareness of self, or awareness of your movement and things of that nature. So that's how I would define consciousness, as awareness.
Most definitely, I appreciate that definition. That's pretty spot on to my own definition, right? My definition of consciousness is awareness itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you look at, we were just talking about existence and reality. When you look at existence and reality, you see that awareness, everything is always in a state of a certain awareness. Awareness is
Ah.
always there. When you say like consciousness
Mhm.
is everywhere and is in the universe, is of course consciousness is always there. The thing that we measure is the state of awareness, the state
Right.
of consciousness. And so, um, I asked you your definition to see how close it would be to my definition, because people have different definitions, for different words. And I used to,
Mhm.
for a long time, I used to think my definition of consciousness was wrong, like, because I'm a practitioner. I meditate, life, things of that nature. So I deals with this. And so even when I meditate, I ask that question, like, what's happening right now? You see what I'm saying? What's going on? And then that's when we
Mhm.
learn about the states, right? The beta wave or the beta state, the alpha state, the theta state. And then when you study that, you realize, oh, all of this is about a state of being. A state of
Mhm.
being. What
Mhm.
state are you in at this point? This is why we're called human beings. Because at every point in every moment of existence, we're always being something. Our awareness is always being tailored to something. You see what I'm saying? Focus, awareness, and consciousness is all linked. And that's what separates the successful people from the failures. Sister Tiffany was talking about, she dived into psychology and sociology of things, right? And this is how
Mhm.
we take quote unquote the metaphysics and bring it down to reality. When we realize that everything that is a thing is always in a state of being, is never in a state of becoming, and is never in a state of was. It's always in a state of being. And once we learn how to optimize that within reality, then I think that
Mhm.
when it come to nature and it come to existence and it come to reality, we can align our frequencies with that, because we know that everything vibrates, nothing rests.
Mhm.
Everything is just a frequency. Color. It's so funny when you study colors, shapes, and
Mhm.
colors, shapes, and frequencies for the harmonics. You realize they all have an interconnectedness. Every color have a geometric pattern attached to it, which also have a certain frequency attached to that geometric pattern, which is attached to that color. If you change the color, you change the pattern, means you change the frequency. If you change the frequency, you change the pattern, which means you change the color. And when you study it like that and you get into it and you understand it like that, then when you look at life, you see this is all life is doing. Life is just changing the frequency, the color, and the pattern. I land my plane.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Sister Tiffany. Thank you for that.
All right. You welcome. You welcome. Yeah. I want to say something real quick. Going back to what you said, state of being. Now in philosophy, that is called ontology. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's dealing with ontology because ontology deals with the state of being. But all right then. But thank you, gentlemen, so much. I will let you guys go back to the program. So
But
thank you.
make sure you stay in touch too, because if you ever want to put your views out there or give any presentations, we definitely do that here at Titans Debate League. We like to hear different views, put them to the test and see if we can't learn something that we haven't looked at
Mhm,
before. See,
mhm.
and I definitely
Yeah. Oh
like
yeah,
the
I've
way
been
the
on this
conversation took.
platform before with A1.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. And yeah, it's just been a while. But I appreciate it though.
But
Yeah,
nice to have you back then, and we'll see you in due time.
right,
All right
right.
then, thank you. All right
Definitely.
then. Peace.
I love the fact that Sister Tiffany brought up the quantum electric, field, electromagnetic dynamics, electrodynamics, um, because when we deal with these things, then we was dealing with earlier, brother, quantum existence and reality, and we start to see how actual physicists start to measure things like photons, the electromagnetic field, things of that nature, right? And what we find when we see this is that photons and an electromagnetic field are scattering events, energy transfer, radiation, and atomic transition. So it is the same thing as I was just, it's so funny that I just can't remember it, but it's the same thing that I was just breaking down with the frequency, the shape, and the color. And these things are measured. You see what I'm saying? And so this is what allows us to determine what is real and what is not real within the ramifications of existence. You feel me? And this is what allow us to have the conversations such as, do God exist? Is God real? Is what about religion? What about philosophy? What about the social economics of things? Because once we can put them and we can identify these as something that exists and that's actually having an effect on our reality, then we can do something about it.
Right.
If only our people had this concept when it came to oppression, even in today's time. If we can acknowledge that this is a thing that have happened and will continue to happen, then we can do something about it. But until then, it's just going to keep happening.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So,
And that's what it. That's what we. Where I think we stuck with, been stuck, need to get up out of there because we know it's a way to get up out of there. It's just gonna take some critical thinking and us
mm-hmm.
to take accountability, total accountability in what's going on
Yeah.
and stuff. And of
Right.
course, like I said, it's nothing like hoping and wishing to give yourself a little bit of confidence. But I just feel
Mm.
like you better know that anything happen, you're gonna have to be a main um, agent within what's going on in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Even when people pray for things, you still gotta wake up and go fill out that application, that tire flat.
Right.
You pray to God for that, so you still gotta go get that tire. And you can give the thanks to whatever you must if it keeps you
Mm-hmm.
pushing. And for those of us who needed a more coherent answer because that system just wasn't coherent. and it wasn't good enough for me for several reasons. Two of them tonight mentioned. My paradox is the paradox of evil and the daughter paradox. Um, I can find folly in those morality systems, and so I don't want to be a part of them. The main thing that I find that I don't want to be a part of that morality system is the devil and being able to blame
Mhm.
things on something like that. And
So
so,
let me ask you a question, Quantum. Do you still hold the concepts of things like God and the devil and angels and things of that nature?
well, yeah, within my argument, deep down there, you'll see where I argue for if time and nature are the necessary and constitutive conditions of existence, and their union is the ultimate state of being, which is self sustaining, and that's what sustains our existence, then time and nature is logically what people were looking for when they were looking for a God and a goddess. And existence is that highest power that God or goddess was supposed to have. So they just placed the targets, like I said, in the wrong place. I have a God and a goddess. I don't have the devil. I have
Mm,
Mother Nature and Father Time.
okay.
And then, like I said, within my argument, I have a logical argument for why they should be known as such. And then, that's where you take it to the debate arena and see if it's logically uh, plausible.
I think that's where, like, because in my viewpoint or my worldview, as you know, I totally disregard those agencies. And the
Right.
reason I disregard those agencies is because life makes sense without them. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So if life worked perfectly well without a god or a devil or an angel or any of these other things, then why try to add one?
Right.
Why
And
just
that's
not understand what's there? Why put, but see, this is what humans do. Humans look at something they don't understand and they put their own filter on it instead of understanding the thing that they're looking at,
and
which
that's
they
exact
do with life. Go ahead, brother.
and that's exactly why I kept that filter, because the function never disappears. Now, when we look at those things, and like I said, you look at recent history and really just the historical outlook of religion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, we had our goddesses and stuff, but it ultimately turned into just the Father. And I remember one of my first philosophical questions was kind of joking in Sunday school when the Sunday school teacher was talking about the Father. And I said, well, where's the mother? Now that I'm
Mm,
older, I know I was asking that question gen, gen, genuinely. And when I found the concept of wisdom and I understood how they couldn't take the mother aspect out of existence, they had to put that woman in there somewhere. You know why? Because it's there. They
right.
they they took her, they put her in a different box than what they
Now you know
made.
what wisdom is, right? In the Bible,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
you know she's
Wisdom
known
is
as Sophia. But when
right.
you do your research on Sophia and wisdom, you know that that's just a reinvention of Asherah.
Right. All of it is. And see, and I
Mm-hmm.
believe that Asherah is just, and I ain't gonna say reinvention. Asherah and Yahweh, or was it No, it's Yahweh, right? Ain't that
Yahweh.
Asherah? Yeah, yeah. That was somebody's first depiction of time and nature. They just didn't understand the totality of what they was trying to put forth. A whole bunch
Well,
of them was,
you
even when
know,
people,
the thing about that would be when we dealing with the Canaanite pantheon, because it's a pantheon there,
right.
we're dealing with El, Yahweh, Asherah. Well, not Yahweh. Yahweh came much, much later when we're talking about the Canaanite pantheon.
Because it was L and it was
It was El and
L and
Asherah
Asherah.
first.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Okay.
so we got by y'all, we got all of these characters. And for me personally, what I think they sought to do is to just make sense of things around them. You see what I'm saying? When you look at, even when we go beyond the Bible and we look at the history of these things, when you look at the history of Yahweh, Yahweh is a mountain deity. When you look at El is a bull god. When you look at Baal, that's a storm god. You see what I'm saying? So they were describing these forces, but they
Right.
were putting the agent behind the force. And this is where I think we start seeing the transition behind the force itself to the agent behind the force. Because when we go to older cultures like Samaria, Kemet, right, we clearly see when they are making reference to these things, to Tiamat, right, to Absu. We know that when we look at the definition, like when you look at the definition for Tiamat, it don't say that Tiamat was a god or a goddess. Tiamat is literally salt water or fresh water. I apologize. Tiamat is literally fresh water. And so when you think about that, then you say, okay, well, when I go and I get a cup of water, it's not talking to me. It's not moving around me. It's not doing all of these things. But if I want my children and my clans people to understand or grasp the concept, the principalization of water, then I have to put it in the format that they can grasp. So I'm going to tell this story of Tiamat. So when you hear the story of Tiamat, you think about the operation of water. This is the same thing that the Commissions did with Ray when they were talking about you can find them soaring across the sky in a solar boat, right? What they were doing, they were just talking about the what the sister Tiffany say, the ontology.
You're right.
They was just talking about the ontology of the sun. They understood there was no man in the sun driving the sun across the sky. That was just a story they were telling to conceptualize the movements, the cycles of the sun in our universe. And so I think the issue becomes when religious people see these stories, and it started back with the people who first started trying to discover this stuff. You know, they were all religious. When they first came in contact with these stories, they approached these stories with a religious mindset, with a literalist mindset. So instead of these things staying concepts, they became literal. So this is where we get people going around talking about, oh well, Asar was a man walking around with an animal on his head. You know, Jehudi walking around with a ibis head, and he really used his nose as a pen. Like, nah, man, these are stories. You see what I'm saying? But these are stories to talk to us about life itself. The same thing we up here doing now when we're talking about quantum mechanics, quantum physics. We're just using different language. You see what I'm saying? But I'm sure that if people from all generations of the history of the planet came together, we have most definitely touched on a lot of the same. We'll come to a lot of the same conclusions. You see what I'm saying? Because the objectivity of life overpowers the subjectivity of life when we're talking about practicality and realism. You see what I'm saying? See, physicists don't care about the illusion. They don't care about what it looked like, what it seemed like, what it appeared like. They care about what it is. And so this is how we tackle these situations, these problems. We don't care about the fluff that it gives off. We want to know what it is. The existence. What is it? Life. What is it? You see what I'm saying? Um, um, love, thoughts, vibration. These things, when we try to, and that's the hard problem too, because when you try to, the more you try to fully understand what something is, you said this earlier, Quantum, when you were saying when you first came up to your philosophy, you know, you had it, but then the more you dived into it, the more you expanded it, and you was getting away from the core point of your philosophy. You see what I'm saying? And so this is what these people do. They see it, but then they put their filters on it, and they put their filters on it, and the more filters they put on it, the further away they get away from the realism of the thing itself. I land my plane with that, brother Quantum. I land my plane with that.
Yeah, yeah. I'm with you a lot on that, especially when it comes to the deities. I also did dug a little deeper, and I saw that it could be the case that we see so many different gods and goddesses because once somebody had control of one god or said that they was in, and that's why I had to cam up. I'm like you when I say things that
Right.
I seen a repeated thing that if I got a god and I propose my god to humble, humble say yeah I'm rocking with you, and then I start getting um real intimate with what this god want and that and humble say that's cool, but I think I can do the same thing with, like you say, with the thunder god, with the sun thunder god. Now I ain't gonna fight you at first. I'm gonna just say go on, and then you gonna create your thunder god. Now you got your own priest, your own structures and everything over there, and you benefiting over there off that god. I'm over here benefiting off my god. Somebody else make another god, and that started getting too incoherent with them. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why when you see they start warring against each other, and that's what I see as well as what you mentioned when you was talking about um, the first the first to me would have been what you was talking about. They was getting to know things and they was seeing it. So yeah, they was putting the names on it as a way to be able to um, deliver information and have it in an oral style because it was oral traditions a lot. You know what I'm saying, before it was written down and stuff. And so that's how it was. And then the personifications did their job.
Yeah.
But now
Yeah.
we know what they was talking about. But as well as seeing that, I also saw, like I said, people just wanting to benefit off of being in contact with some type of deity.
Right.
That's why we have the different gods, the different people representing those gods. You have the different priests arguing amongst each other about which god is, and it's all for the benefit and the personal benefit of said people. In
Right.
my view, guys, remember this is my view. Not
Right.
not saying that this
And
is
you
what it
ain't far off. You ain't far
is.
off. When you do so, here's the thing: a lot of people do, and this shows the brilliance of us, though. A lot of us hit the point, and we don't even do no research into the field that we hitting the point on. You see what I'm saying? The same thing you said, the same thing I said. I said what I said because I actually read the text. Like I know what the text say. You see what I'm saying, of these older cultures. So I'm just saying what the text say. Well, I'm saying what the text describe.
Right.
But even you, without even reading the text, you come to that same conclusion, and you're like, "Wow, that is how it really is." Yeah, because
Hmm.
it, like you said earlier, if you just apply logic, you can figure it out. You can figure out a math problem if you just apply logic. You can put the pieces of the puzzle together if you just apply logic. So it's the same thing with the ontology of, or rather, I say, um, um, I had this word earlier. It's too many ology words, man. We be dealing with
What the
too many.
epistemology? How you
Nah,
know what you know?
the I get back to that word, but just the history. It'll come back to him. But just the history of the culture of these things. You see what I'm saying? The anthropology. I told you to come back to me.
Oh
The
yeah.
anthropology of these things. You see what I'm saying? And so when you just look at the anthropology of these things, you can see it. But even if you don't, and you're working off of logic, you can still come to that same conclusion because it's the most logical. What you say, what OWL stand for? The only reasonable explanation.
Right. Only world logic, or
Mm-hmm.
and only stands for only logical explanation for existence for me. And like you said, once you start logically deducing things, then that's what we're using as proof, the logical proofs.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those things, like you said, you don't necessarily not, like you said, I ain't studied in Kemet traditions or nothing like you. I had to do my due diligence research to come up with the conclusions that I come up with. And it seems that we come up with the same answers, just like you said. I could see the traces of people personifying these forces that we now can scientifically explain for the same reason that we name them, for explanation. And now that we know what it is, they don't take nothing from them. They don't say that they was stupid. They just say that they was brilliant at their own time and being able to have a record of what they was doing and how they was getting by. But then you also see different beliefs and, like you said, different gods joining the picture for different reasons. Different people representing these gods, different people representing this god. People fighting, taking control of gods. People keeping their gods but putting him on somebody else's god's identity because that identity was better. Um, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, when I was searching and doing my search, it was for intention. And so that's one of the intentions that I saw when it comes to those beliefs and those systems. Not saying all of them was like that. And like I said, I do believe that beliefs always start genuine when somebody trying to answer a question. Oh, that's God. Oh, we got to give praise to him and thank him. You talk to God? Huh, you can't be the only one talking to God. I'm finna go talk to God. God talked to me and told me that you was wrong.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
You know what
right.
I'm saying? So, man, it's hard to get around that. That's why I went the philosophical view and kept my thing philosophical because, like I
Mhm.
said, I almost slipped into that same redundancy. But it
Right.
was just to when I did it, it let me know that it's a lot of people who had brilliant ideas and was right on it and
Mhm.
chose to say that they had some type of supernatural something, and that might be the cause. I ain't saying that is the cause. That could certainly be one of the reasons, though. That
Right.
so, and I'm big on that. Possibilities, possible worlds, possible scenarios,
Mhm.
possible outcomes and causes, and then trying to actualize those to see which one is more coherent, because that's what we're looking for.
Right. Have you ever heard of Deepak Chopra, brother Quantum?
Not until the day that uh what's his name said in the Sabio, you Mr. Quantum Onlyism is super Deepak Chopra, and then I don't know no fucking Deepak Chopra. I
Hey,
only know Tupac
listen,
Shakur.
man. Listen. Look that man Deepak Chopra up, bro. He serious. He's serious with this information.
Now, okay,
And
what
he
you
worked
saying that
close
then?
with a guy. He worked
What,
close with a guy by the name of Segaru, who's also serious with this information. You feel me? What's up, Brody? That's also serious with this information. You feel me? Go ahead. What question you was going to ask, Quantum? My bad.
I was about to say, have you done some research on Deepak?
Yeah. Oh, that's one of my teachers. Oh yeah.
Why they were saying that he quantum mysticism?
Because he's his origin is Indian, and so when he came, so he
When you say
come
Indian, do you
from,
mean, my bad? I don't mean to interrupt. When
go
you
ahead.
say Indian, American Indian or Indian like
No,
India?
Indian, the India,
Okay,
India.
okay, okay.
And so he wasn't so caught up into the India culture. So he went to school. You know, as often do they bring him over here, they go to school. So he went to school to be a physicist. And one thing he found was a lot of work he was doing in physics was matching up to what they were talking about in the Vedas.
Yeah,
And he was like, wait a minute now, it's something to this. And when he got into his tradition deeper, he realized that my people aren't wacky, packy, religious people. These people are scientists. These are scientists of life.
yeah,
Whenever you, and this is something that the Western world, United States, and you know, they put the concept out there that all of these things were religion. But when you actually study the yogic tradition, you realize that that's literally a science of the body.
mm,
course, it can get misleading when people talk about chakras and things of that nature. But when you dive into what a nodal point is in your body and you understand, oh, a nodal point is just a pocket, a point of intersecting, things that control. These are pockets of energy. And you realize, wait a minute, we got significantly of these pockets that touch a major organ or gland. Then you realize, well, wait a minute, there's 7 chakra systems, 7, 13, 33. Their chakra system don't seem far off when we study our own human body. We know even if a person like to learn about fighting, right? One of the things you learn about martial arts is everybody got a pressure point in their body that if you touch it, you can shut down a certain part of the body. What y'all think that is? You see what I'm saying? And so this is what Deepak Chopra, when they say he's pseudo quantum, this is what he bridged together. He bridged the philosophical framework from the Indian worldview with modern day physics, and he showed how they're not only similar, but they just like I say, me and your worldviews overlap beautifully. He realized that the Indian tradition and modern physics, their worldviews overlap beautifully. And this is what he just teach to the people. You see what I'm saying? Which is amazing because it validates not only India, but it validates what other ancient cultures were saying as well, such as Kemet, such as the Yoruba. You see what I'm saying? So when people look at Deepak and say he's pseudo, I gotta disagree 100%. 100%. Even Seguru, people get on me because I study on a Seguru as well. And they say the same thing about him. Oh, he's pseudo, he a yogi, he want people to follow him, he a cult leader. But I'm like, listen to this man. Pick up his teachings. Apply what he literally listen to him, and you'll realize, oh, wait a minute, he not pseudo. He just telling us the stuff that we should be knowing that our parents didn't have access to teach us, so we don't know this. See, that's when we start looking at the traditions. People in India, they teach their children about states of mind at a very early age.
Yeah.
So by the time they hit their teens and stuff like that, they got thinking down pat. They got references, frame of references, thinking, all types of things down pat. Over here, we don't learn about that stuff until we're much older. So when we do come into that information, we think it's some type of hard puzzle to solve because we wasn't taught this as children. This is why I teach my children to meditate now. So when they get older, they'll understand the beneficial process of what that is. Unlike when I was growing up, I ain't had nobody to teach me that. I had to learn that on my own. You see what I'm saying? So this is the importance of a Deepak Chopra or a Sadhguru, a Alan Watts, a J. Krishnamurti. These people, man, yes. These people talk so, and they bring it from a perspective of life. They make it relatable. That's what I love about the information. It's graspable and it's practical. I can put this into application. You see what I'm saying? Who are some people you look at when dealing with quantum physics, philosophy, things of that nature, other people in that field? Who are some of the people that you do look at?
Well, I ain't gonna even lie. Here lately, man, I've been going back because I found one of Aristotle's papers that I didn't know that he had made, and you know what I'm saying. And that's why I have to go back to school to do this. When I was going through all my research and things, I was doing a lot of history of philosophy and going through those things. and trying to just find the correlations and where they missed. I wasn't too much taking the information in to actually see what they were saying totally.
Mm-hmm.
When you in a rush to answer your questions, and then I'm matching them up against other people's, I wasn't really going to see exactly what he was meaning when he was saying substance. I
Mm.
wasn't I wasn't I wasn't looking to see exactly. I had an idea, but when
Mm-hmm.
you go back and you look at their papers and not what somebody else said about them, and of course
Right.
you get a totally different understanding of what they was trying to say. And
Mm-hmm.
and so here lately, I just been going back and really seeing how my view is its own.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's is its own. Like, and the things that we describing when I was talking about the function,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people, a lot of people weren't talking about function, but a lot of people were. A lot of people that I didn't know were actually talking about function. It's just the
Right.
substance and then the way that they form their arguments and what they have to answer for, where
Right.
mine get theirs. And so really, you know what I'm saying? It's just always been the same people. I'm real big though on Heidegger, Kant with the Kant with the transcendental argument really
Mm-hmm.
helped my view, because you know what I'm saying, when you look at my total argument, you'll see that it's a transcendental argument for
Mm.
necessity of existence.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Walter Russell was another good name to put out there, y'all. Just in case y'all listening. My bad, brother Quantum. My apologies.
I know you good, but then you got the people like the Carl Sagans and
Mm-hmm.
you got people who weren't so much as philosophers, but it's a guy named Paul Harvey I used to listen to on the
Yep.
radio, and they just give different views, not per se like philosophical views.
Mm.
I'm more of a person who, I ain't gonna say shop around, but I get interested in different things. Like you was just talking about
Right.
India and Hinduism. I read the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita and
Bhagavad Gita.
Bhagavad Gita, yeah, and got you know, a glimpse into that world with the
Yep.
Vedas and with Krishna, who Krishna actually was,
Yep.
what
Yep.
Brahma was, what Shiva was, what Vishnu, you know what I'm saying? To
Mm-hmm.
and able to describe them, learned about Balarama, Krishna's brother,
Yep.
um, and just different aspects of Arjuna, or different aspects of Krishna, who was really just the embodiment of
A
um,
reincarnation of Shiva. Mm-hmm.
Shiva. Yeah,
Yep.
and so those things, you know what I'm saying, I had to get a glimpse of them so I can actually see what they were talking about.
Right.
And so like when you talk about people who like interest me in that caliber, like when you talk about physics now, like I said, it was uninteresting to my view as so far as forming my philosophy. And so I would always just do what everybody else was doing. I'm watching most of the internet and YouTube personalities, but they're real physicists. What's
Right.
his name? Damn, I just had his name on my tongue. I see his big ass face right now.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, the Chinese Cuico,
Makito. Yep.
Makito.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And I listen to them as well as do my own like little research. And when I do my research, I'm not like looking for who wrote this, who I'm reading it and
Exactly.
saying this is what people say. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Until I'm actually forming an argument and stuff. And so my my way of study and my way of gaining information is rather old school. I know I have the things. I still go look at Encyclopedia Britannicas because
Oh
that's
yes,
what I
as you
used to do when I
should.
was,
Uh huh.
that's what I used to do when I was young. That's where I found out
Right.
um, things like Abraham Lincoln owned slaves, George
Mm-hmm.
Washington. I found all that out in the encyclopedia and stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm.
um, the way that like I said, of course, when I was in philosophy and I had to do research papers and stuff, it was years ago. But I remember doing um, sourcing Heidegger. I remember sourcing Kant and Spinoza. I remember
Mm-hmm.
just doing, you know what I'm saying, just different things that pop up now.
Right.
Now in my older age, since I have my own philosophy, I don't too much just look at them. I go back and just replay. I
Oh
go
yeah.
to replay what they were saying and make sure I keep them fresh because a lot of people when they ask questions, that's where they go to.
Yeah.
Some of the newer philosophers within philosophy, I just started looking them up. Pam Thomason,
Yeah.
uh,
Brian Cox.
Brian, yeah, and then it'd be people you be coming across that you don't even know they're philosophers until you actually look and see
Yep.
that, oh, this
Yep.
is,
Yeah.
and so yeah, man, and then a lot of street talk with different
Mm-hmm.
minds
And
and
you
different.
know what I do when I research these people? I just it's because what I like to do is I like to answer hard. I like to answer unanswerable questions. It's crazy. This is why I love philosophy because there's so many hard problems in philosophy that philosophers think is hard. And I'm like, wait a minute, let me try. Let me get a
Don't
crack.
say that. Don't
No,
say that. Don't say that, humble.
just listen.
I found myself feeling that same way, but I remembered in philosophy, this is just my opinion and my perspective. And what's wonderful about it is the questions that you form when
Hmm.
what they call a hard question, you say, no, that question ain't hard. You just formed it wrong. You're gonna
Yeah,
get a hard.
yeah.
You formed it so it
That's
could
what
be
I
hard.
did. I think I just talked. I'm not sure, but so I was watching this. I was watching this quantum physicist the other day. I can't remember his name, and he was talking. He was being interviewed, and he was talking about some of the hard problems in quantum physics. And one of the things, the first thing he said is, one of the hard problems in physics is what is a measurement? Like, how do we determine what even a measurement is? And I'm like, that's a hard problem in physics. Like, that's a hard problem in quantum physics. We know what a measurement is. But then he went further down and broke it down. It was like, well, on a quantum level, what we know about measurement on on our physical level differs from what it is on a quantum level. And I was like, okay. And I was listening to him. Then I started coming up with my own stuff. And I was like, wait a minute. Let me type this down on my little paper. Then let me cross references and see what they say. And it came out. It was like, oh, wow, you making a brilliant, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Assessment.
you put stuff together brilliantly. And I'm like, I can't be the only one to think. This is why I love to branch out and say, okay, well, who else think like this? Or when was this the first time this was proposed to the public and things of that nature?
Right.
Because one thing that you talk about a lot, and I think a lot of people overlook, is logic. Logic.
Mm-hmm.
Because logic makes sense. And I know that sound like just a simple sentence. Logic makes sense. No, logic makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So if I come to a conclusion logically and you come to a conclusion logically, it don't matter how we got to the conclusion. We both got to the same
We got to
conclusion
the same conclusion. Right.
because we both have to adhere to this thing called coherent logic. If it don't make sense, we got to throw it out the water. We got to throw it out.
Mm-hmm.
If it makes sense, okay, well, how can we add this? How can we, okay, well, if this is this, then, and I think this is what people do when they compartmentalize things. So they'll look at existence and say, okay, this is what we say about existence. Then they'll look at evolution and say, okay, but this is what evolution say. And it's like, well, wait a minute. If existence is the substrate of what we call reality, and evolution is just the process of reality, then evolution can't be saying something different than what this is saying. They gotta align in one way or another. This is why when Sister Tiffany came up here and she was asking about the quantum electromagnetic dynamics, She was talking about these things. I was like, ha, because when we study quantum electromagnetic dynamics, then we start to see how a simple thing like a particle, right? It exists, but on the physical level, the structure change. Now, scientists say, well, we don't know how that happened. But then they're separate. The reason they don't know how that happened is because they're separating it from geometry. They separate it from mathematics. This is why when we look at these fields as a whole, we see they often interject. It's so funny. I'm looking at your background right now, and I see Metatron's cube. I see the stars in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what's needed to really understand this stuff. You can't compartmentalize it. You got to understand how they all work together in a cohesive, coherent system. Because that's what this is. This is a cohesive, coherent system. This is a closed system, by the way. And this is the issue that I have with the outside and the inside. You was talking about this earlier, Brother Quantum, the outside and the inside of existence. The beautiful thing about Earth being a closed system, or not Earth, I apologize, this reality being a closed system, is the fact that everything that ever was or ever will be is always here. Everything. And when people go out, and we was talking earlier about God, when people step out of that ramification and say, okay, well, what about God? We say, well, that's why I said earlier, there's no room for God. Because on all levels, from the mental level to the physical level to the experiential level, we can explain at some basis of fundamentals of life because we see it around us every day. You see what I'm saying? We see cars go up and down the street. We see birds flying from tree to tree. We see worms that come out during the rain, snails and slugs and stuff come out during the rain. And when it's sunny outside, what they do? They go right back in the hole. We see trees growing. We see rivers flowing. All of this is expressions of life. You see what I'm saying? And the issue becomes when people step away from nature and they go into these laboratories, they try to separate what's being done in nature to what's being done in the laboratories. And you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt. I definitely see. Max Leisure say he want to come up. Come on up, Max.
Logic makes sense.
Yeah, he said, how does logic make sense? Logic makes sense for this reason. And Humble, this is why I hate giving my secrets away, but it is what it is. This is why I argue from intelligibility. This is why I argue from a point of intelligibility for existence. That means that everything is going to be intelligible and we should have answers. When you don't have answers, you're just asking the wrong question. And we are to update. Here he is, none other than
What up?
the most
What
weighted
up,
foe.
Humble? What up,
Most
Oli?
graded foe. Let me get a cheer for Max Leisure.
How?
What is y'all doing?
Great as well. I feel like I champion, like I'm really behind your Onlyism. We only it's your left eye. The only thing we got beef with is your left eye. Everything else you say, and it's just that I want to split it into three. You say you don't need to open your third eye. I say go ahead and make that second eye into two eyes. Open your third eye. But other than that, like I rock with the philosophy, but I do have some questions.
And like we said, Max, I think most of it just be what you be naming something and just little differences in why we have those little differences that we have. You've been man enough to see other views, put your own twist in them. I can't wait till you come out with your entire view when you step beyond the bounds of constraint, indoctrination.
Well,
You almost there. You almost there, baby.
well, it's fun. It's it's funny you put it that way because I feel like that's the opposite. I'm not I'm not in constraints, and but if I were, I would be accepted in a group, but I'm not accepted in any group because all I do is take what I like from whatever it is people believe and I add that to what I believe. But if I were put into any box, the people in that box would kick me out of it because it'd be something that I believe that they don't believe. But like I don't there's nothing that I say this is me and the people in this group, this is us.
Yeah.
Because I always get kicked out of the this is us group because of something else that I believe from somewhere else.
And that's the main reason I switched to philosophy, because instead of theology, I found out that we all have the right to have our own perspectives if it makes us live coherently without impeding on the comfort. Because, like I said, accountability is my main thing. I recognize, like Humble was talking about awareness. To me, awareness is the first form of recursive recognition, and it excels in different forms all the way to what we know as our consciousness. It is awareness, it is recognition, and so everybody has their own views on that. And like I say, of course, we know somebody is right. That don't mean that everybody shouldn't have their own view if it makes them coherently. Because I could be right, and I ain't saying I am, and I ain't even talking about my view. Let's just say I could be right on something, but to get about it might be detrimental to certain things. And then Humble come on, and Humble's wrong about one part, but he right about the total end. And to go through the other part is only just we would have to do something physically ourselves. And so we need to do that. Humble, let's get that done. And that's, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is to me. I don't need no God or no devil to tell me that I shouldn't be impeding on the comfortability of nobody else. How do I know this? People always say one of the problems is what has stopped me from just going out killing people. If that's the case, you a person, kill yourself. Whatever stops you from doing that to yourself is what should stop you from doing it to anybody else.
Others. Yeah.
Now watch this, if I may. Just like that, right? Quantum asked a brilliant question just now. He asks, what stops a person from self-destructing in another sense of the manner?
Right.
Because a person is a piece of life. What is the function of life? The function of life is to live.
To persist.
And so the reason more people don't off their self is because they want to live. That is an ingrained process of what we are. That's what we do. And so unless you truly, truly, truly are in a place of your life where there is no light at the end of the tunnel, some people it may be just that easy. You see what I'm saying? But for logical, coherent people, it's not that easy because we intuitively understand that a part of us wants to survive. And that part of us that want to survive yells louder than a part of us that don't want to survive.
And that right there should stop you from doing anything to anybody else. That's what stops me. That's where I grab my morality from. What I don't want done to me or what I don't want to feel, I should not do it to anybody else.
There you go. There you go.
It's specifically the part of us that I wanted to speak to, like that I had questions on. Like when you say the part of us that this or the part of us it's what is the part of us? I think it was Humble Mystic. I think you said logic makes sense.
Yep.
And as you said that, you was like, it sounds like a simple statement, which it does on the surface. But when you just think about it and you contemplate, why does logic make sense? Like, what is it about logic that makes it register to me. It makes it register to you, makes it register to Oli as this makes sense. Like if none of us knew math, but someone came along and was like, yo, 2 + 2 = 4. And they showed us how it equals 4. All three of us would say that's absolutely true. What is the aspect of us that truth resonates with, that understanding resonates with, to where we could judge it as this is logic?
Because
This
it
makes
follow.
sense.
Oh, I apologize. Oh, because it
No, that's
follows a
it.
set of rules that prevent incoherence and contradiction. So we live in a life that 1 + 1 must equal 2. You know, ball point A must meet point B for point B to go to point C. You see what I'm saying? When we play pool, the white ball must hit the rest of the balls for the rest of the balls to spread out on the table. We experience this. And so when when we bring in certain philosophical questions that don't seem that easy because we miss them on the experiential level, right? Then it's like, okay, like you was asking before, well, why does that make sense? Then you find, well, wait a minute. Everything in life is made up of systems and rules. You see what I'm saying? Without logic, we couldn't tell what's true or false. Without logic, we couldn't tell what's coherent and what's incoherent. We couldn't tell what's possible without or what's not possible. Logic is literally the grammar of thinking. Literally.
Look, and I don't mean to cut you off,
You
but
get
like,
it.
cause you're saying we think and we understand and everything, but I'm saying like, let's dig deeper into that. Like, let's think on a quantum level. When you say, with like, when we, if I understand 2 + 2 = 4, you understand 2 + 2 = 4, but there's a possibility that Oli could have a different understanding of what 2 + 2 is. He could think that it equals 5. He can, like, that could be a thing.
Yeah.
And he would sit here and argue and debate with us. So, but like, so I'm saying, like, what is the thing that determines for us as an individual that what's the like the authority that's able to say to you as a existing being, this makes sense, and then you take it as this makes sense, and then what is the thing that takes it as this makes sense? Because if I think that 2 + 2 = 4, it only thinks it's 5. The thing that says this makes sense is different in me than it is in Oli. But so what is that underlying thing in each of us?
The underlying thing in each of you is the access of information, right? What
Assesses
Well,
that
let me say
information?
So you can know that 2 + 2 = 4 because you've probably had, and this is you speaking in these realms, you probably had the opportunity to actually show and prove that 2 + 2 = 4. Whereas the quantum was never in that ramification, so he probably don't know that 2 + 2 = 4. But here's how you solve that. Mind you, logic is the set of rules that prevent incoherence and contradictions. So what you should be able to do is you should be able to say, quantum, I can prove to you that 2 + 2 = 4. You bring me 2 apples, and I'm gonna bring you 2 apples. And we're gonna sit our 2 apples in the middle of the table, and we're gonna count these apples, and we're gonna see what number this come up with.
But
So
look,
both y'all
humble.
bring y'all 2 apples, y'all count y'all apples, both of y'all come to the number 4. So now quantum can no longer, here's the beautiful thing about information. Once quantum is exposed to that, he can't then walk back and still say 2 + 2 = 5. He can, but then he'll be delusional. And people live in delusional states all the time. But the fact that you showed him the coherence and the logic behind 2 + 2 = 4, if he chooses to ignore that, that'll be on him.
Yeah, but look now, Oli, do you and I hear what you're saying, humble, but Oli, do you understand the aspect of my question that Mystic isn't actually addressing, like
Um,
directly?
let me
Because
see.
look, what I'm saying is this. Like, what I'm saying is, let's just say there's a you have a king, right? And then or you have a herbalist who's able to tell if this plant is good to use or if this plant is poisonous. So you have a series of people that come, here's a plant, and then the herbalist is like, this is a good plant. And then another person comes, this is a poisonous plant. These people are bringing the plants to the herbalist for the herbalist to decide this makes sense to keep this plant. So what is it within us as individuals that information goes to where the information is presented, and then this thing that I'm questioning, what is it, goes, this makes sense. 2 + 2 does equals 4. Nothing else makes sense. What is
Well,
that? What is
okay.
that
That
entity?
is the system of which we call an consistent thought that tells us the difference between something that is true and something that is false. It's the system that tells us something is coherent and something is incoherent. You see what I'm saying? It's that system, it's that very system that tells that herbalist what is a good plant to use and what is a bad plant to use. If I can really fast, I want to use an example. I want to use a graspable example if I can real fast. Say me and Quantum is on an island, and the island that we're on only have black swans, right? And so Quantum has always been on this island. I'm just getting to the island. I tell Quantum, hey Brody, you know there's a such thing as white swans. Quantum wouldn't believe me because all Quantum have experienced was black swans. So now how can I make Quantum believe me that white swans exist? I can go bring Quantum a white swan. Once I bring Quantum that white swan, that nullifies Quantum's coherence in thinking that only black swan, that shatter his logic of only black swans existing. Now, Quantum can either accept the proof and say, well, you know what, Humble, you were right. Or he can say, even though you showed me a black swan, I'm going to continue to believe only black swans exist.
You painted that duck.
Right, you painted that white. That ain't really white. And so, even though you can show a person something logically, it's up to that person to be able to grasp that concept or not. So it's that thing right there, that set of rules that tell us what's real about reality and what's not real about reality. Or rather, I say what's true about reality and what's not true about reality. Without that system, we couldn't tell.
Right.
Okay.
And for me, you got to bear with me now, because I'm gonna go back to your first question.
Okay.
To me, why logic makes sense is because intelligibility. Remember a while ago I said I argue from intelligibility, so I'm gonna have to tell you what that is. But intelligibility requires stable distinctions, ordered relations, and constraints on what can follow from what, especially when it comes to the individual that you know that are you and the one that you know. Now let's get to the question of 4 and 2 + 2 = 4. As Humble stated, there could be plenty of reasons why I think that it isn't. But until I can recognize why y'all telling me that's 4, I will never recognize it. And then what we have to do, we'd have to say, this is why I think it's 5. And then you tell me why it's 4. And then how are you going to tell me that it's 4? You're going to take all the 4 individual things and you're going to show their individuality. This is one of this thing. Do you understand this individuality of this one? Mhm. That's intelligible. So if I put another one of these together, we call that two. And it goes on to an explanatory process that we do when we're transferring information. Now, the intelligibility is this is actually what we see. It's not a contradiction because I'm explaining to you my definitions, exactly what one is, what two is, what three is, what four. And I'm doing it by showing you what one plus one plus one plus one is, what two plus one is, what three plus one is, all together. Then I'll take them apart and show you this is two and two, and it's still four. And this is what I remember going through these classes. Now, you ask what makes it logic. To me, what would make it logic is just like
That's not exactly what I was asking. Yeah,
all right,
I
well,
don't.
all
Yeah,
right,
I don't mean to cut you off, but I was just saying because I was just saying the phrase "logic makes sense" is a very logical, very sensible, very reasonable statement to make. I was just pointing out the fact that he
oh,
said it sounds simple, but I'm saying if you dig into it, it's actually a more complex, true statement than you're giving it credit for being
oh, if that's
because
all
he
you were
says that it
saying,
sounds
And
like
I
a simple statement.
really fast, can I read something? Not even really read, but Brother Quantum can. It's so funny. Brother Quantum say, he argued from intelligibility, and the way he described intelligibility is the same way I describe logic, and it had me thinking: can logic and intelligibility be interchangeable with one another? Can you swap out the
I think
words?
so.
Just logic and intelligibility,
well,
and
yeah,
here's
because
what I just came up with. So, like I was saying earlier, logic is the set of rules that we use. Intelligibility is the result of those
of
rules
those,
that we
right?
use.
That's what I was about to
So,
say.
for us to have intelligibility, we have to have the logic behind it.
You
For
have
us to
to
have logic, right? For something to be logical, the outcome must be intelligibility.
intelligible, and that leads to us knowing why logic makes
And
sense right
There
there
you go.
because it's
and I'm saying
intelligible and coherent.
And I'm saying it has to be intelligible. But now, say it's two of us, right? It's me and it's you, and I could just say you believe that 2 plus 2 is 4. I believe that 2 plus 2 is 5. We're both given the same external stimuli to give us a logical process on how 4 plus 4 equal. I mean, 2 plus 2 equals 4, but
But then,
me personally, it's just not resonating with me. I don't
yeah,
get it. And my
and then
thing,
that's
my question is, what is it? What is it that in me we're both getting the same information, but for me, it's something on the inside that's making me think something different than what you're thinking, which is based
well,
on something that you're getting from the inside, because we're both getting the same information on the outside, but there's a specific thing that's making you say, oh, that does make sense, and for me it just doesn't. And then maybe after a while it does finally resonate with me, and
Mhm.
then I'll say, before it does finally resonate, I could just say, oh yeah, yeah, 2 plus 2 equals 4, but I don't really actually understand it. I just
Mhm.
don't want to seem dumb, so I just say, yeah, it does. But then
mhm,
when you like ask me on the spot, what does 2 plus 2 equal, and I don't actually know, I'm just like, 7. But I received the same information that you received, and you got it. It clicked for you, but for me, it didn't click. And so, but then eventually something happens to where it does click for me, and I'm saying, what is the thing that in you it clicked right away, but in me it took a while for it to click, but we both got the same external stimuli? What is the internal receiver of information in us individually that gives us different levels of intellect to
for me,
That's
where
called
for me,
awareness.
that's that's what I call recognition. That's why I go by recognition
Hmm.
because now I recognize what is actually true. I don't just believe. So you still sitting over there believing that it's 5, even though we've went through logical deductions, explanations of why it isn't, and then that's just your belief. However, I no longer believe. I recognize that this is actually true. Now, what makes me recognize it and you not? That's a personal thing that we probably have to get into psychology about.
That's what the personal thing is what I want to dig into, because I'm using something as simple as 2 + 2 = 4, but we could use quantum. If we use quantum onlyism, it'd become a vastly complex conversation. Because when I say some people, you could clearly explain quantum onlyism, but for some people it doesn't resonate. They don't get it, and then you have to get into the complexities of quantum onlyism. But I'm not really talking about why, like the logic behind why 2 + 2 = 4 and why you should understand it and why you shouldn't. I'm getting into why me and you on the inside are made up of the same molecules, the same atoms, the same everything, same, like, not specifically like genetic code, DNA, but you know what I mean. But for some reason, there's something in us that's different in me and different in you, that to where understanding comes quick for you, but for me it comes kind of slow. But then, so I'll just get to what I'm like. My whole thing is consciousness is the underlying thing, to where your consciousness is separate from my consciousness. So your consciousness could quickly verify 2 + 2 = 4, and it has to resonate with your consciousness for you to say that makes sense, and it will never not make sense again. But if it doesn't resonate with my consciousness, I could be trying my hardest to understand it, but I just don't understand it. But I'll regurgitate it because you say it is, but then the day that it finally resonates with my consciousness, that's when I understand it. So my question was asking, it was I was really trying to lead to, like, what is your stance on consciousness? What does consciousness fit into your stance on quantum onlyism?
Where does consciousness fit into my stance?
Yeah, like, where does it fit into the equation? Like, where is it in between time and nature, or outside time and nature, inside time and nature? Like, where does it fit? Because I believe consciousness is a major part of the equation when we are trying to dig into why does existence exist. I feel like consciousness is a fundamental principle.
Yeah. And that's fine. Like I said, I argue from intelligibility. So when I talk about consciousness, consciousness is a recurring recognition loop at a high level. Awareness, like we was talking about, comes in levels. We see, and this is what we see. This isn't anything that, and this is only my opinion too, Max. Of course, I know you know that. In my opinion,
that's all I'm coming with.
In my opinion, as I stated, existence is intelligible. It gives us ways to read it. To once we recognize, and that's why I say I go back to recognition. Once we recognize certain things, to me, mainly recognize the individual self in the things that are not you. Then you'll go to the things that will harm you, the things that will help you, the things that help you get by in an intelligible and coherent manner. Because intelligibility can be found and then found out to be incoherent. However, when you're intelligible and when you're intelligible and coherent, then you are valid and sound in philosophy as well as your everyday walk. And that's what I was talking about, Bayesian recognition within my system. We talk about the prior hypothesis of understanding things, and then you find new evidence. After you get that new evidence, you're definitely going to update your belief. or you're gonna keep it the same if the new evidence doesn't give you evidence that makes you want to change your prior hypothesis. And
Mhm.
so, to me, if I recognize what I recognize about four and the individual things, I'm going by the first relative thing, and that's relative to me, my self um referential perception, the same thing that you was talking about. Now, this is where accountability comes in because then you have to be accountable and answer the question why you ain't seeing 4 plus 4 or 2 plus 2 is 4 when everybody else is, and they're actually using it to gain benefits from that method.
Mhm.
4 apples, not taking five because five would take one from somebody else. We said four. And everybody's doing it, but then you come along and say, no, that's five. And why is it wrong? Because now this person over here ain't getting the apple. And so it comes back to coherence.
Mhm.
Is it coherent and intelligible for you to be taught a lesson and shown why this is this, and then you still not get it? If you can't get it, there's nothing wrong with the system or anything. Each of us has the right to have our own bearings when we come to persisting in what we believe. It's just how are you going to benefit off of that information? And if you're not benefiting because you're taking from somebody and making their well-being, then it's incoherent. And so that's why I argue from intelligibility, and that's what my logic is. That's actually my epistemology. How I gain my knowledge is through recognition of things that I know are real. There's no guessing, no trying to put something special pleading for anything. I go by what I see and I experience. And that's enough to be intelligible to get the answers to the questions if we stay within time and nature. So consciousness would be that recursive loop that gives me my individuality to be able to observe and persist within existence. And all awareness does that for all things that are aware and move within existence.
Okay, I think like maybe using the 2 plus 2 thing was a bad example because it's not about how coherent the math is on that. It's more like about how like some person could take a bath in a certain in water in a certain temperature and it's fine, but to someone else it's very hot, someone else is cold. Like some people think that abortion is okay, some people think it's the most horrific thing. Like some people are okay with the death penalty. Some people think it's the war. And what I'm speaking to is it happens on a conscious level where people judge how they feel about something. And even if it's on a subconscious level, when they like some people could like getting, some people have a high threshold for gore and they could watch gory stuff all day. Some people it makes them throw up. So it's not about it's about there's a differences in us internally that despite what the external stimuli is, we're all going to have unique and individual reactions. My thing is, what is it? Where does these expressions come from in us individually, and why do we each have our own unique individual expressions based off of the same external stimuli? And that's why I was
Absolutely.
steering it towards consciousness, because to me, consciousness is the only thing that will explain that. Because if we all
Right.
each have our individual consciousness, that's what would explain why to some people, some it would explain why some people are smart and some people are dumb.
Right. If I
Because
may,
you have
really
the
fast, when we take consciousness out of a subjective category and we apply it objectively, and we understand that instead of consciousness being a thing, it is the very state of awareness, then we can look at this thing and say, okay, well, one person get it and another person don't because they're at two different stages of awareness. You see what I'm saying? Enter. I want to bring up an example really fast. I think that'll help us out with this, right? South Korean dictator Jim Goon right? Jim Gung Il, he taught that 1 plus 1 equals 1. And to prove that 1 plus 1 equals 1, he used water. He used a water experiment where he showed that 1 drop of water plus another drop of water equals 1 drop of water. Now, to the people in South Korea, this made sense. Wait a minute. That makes sense. You see what I'm saying? But the difference was they looked at it and said the math makes sense. And so it wasn't that the math made sense, it was the fact that what they were measuring was how liquid behaves differently than solids, perhaps. And so on one answer, you could say, okay, 1 plus 1 equals 1 because of the water. But on the other hand, when we talk about solids, we say, nah, man, 1 plus 1 equals 2. And they go, well, how do we come up with 2 different answers? Well, I'm measuring using mathematics. You're measuring using philosophy. But when we bring both of these systems into the real world, I'm sorry, baby, then we have to say, okay, which one of them stack up? And so then we can start seeing the incoherence in the worldviews. So then we go to Kim Jong Il's and we say, okay, we see where your mistake is. Your mistake isn't that you think 1 plus 1 equals 1. Your mistake is you don't understand the operating system of water, of liquid. So this is why you say 1 plus 1 equals 1, because you don't understand the operating system of liquid. And you're equating the operating system of liquid to what we consider as mathematics. Those are not the same thing. And so once you make that logical distinction, then you see what I'm saying, whether Jim Con Il switches or he don't switches, he still have that issue of not understanding the properties of water. And it's not until he understands the properties of water, then can he say, oh, I see why I wasn't correct. You see what I'm saying? This goes straight into consciousness as well. When we study consciousness, or we try to study consciousness, right? You see some people say consciousness is emitted from the brain. You see some people say consciousness is all around us. Consciousness is immanent, is a fundamental part. Then you ask, well, what's true? And then we set up this experiment called the double slit experiment. In this double slit experiment, we find out that particles themselves have awareness. Now, that's not a subjective fact. That's not something a person can say, okay, well, I see particles this way and they see particles that way and particles see things this way. No, that's an objective fact. So even from this experiment, what do we gather? We gather the fact that awareness, just like you said, Max, is a fundamental aspect of what we call life or nature. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And there's no such thing as your consciousness and my consciousness. There's just different levels of consciousness. You feel me? I land my plane with that, y'all. Hey, listen, before I mute out, because I'm actually about to go. Hey, brother Max, I appreciate your time, Brody. Thank you for the, for the questions and the comments and coming up with your engagement. We appreciate that, brother. Hey, brother Quan,
right back to you.
Show, bro. I love the slides. I love the presentation. Keep doing what you do, bro. Tighten up. You already know.
Tighten up. You already know it. Bet. Thanks for coming up, Humble. I appreciate you, like always. Shout out to the Soul Tribe. Shout out to all the Titans fighting to be enlightened. Max, thank you for coming up. Max, I want to get kind of in depth with you.
Yeah,
talk a little more. But
yeah, I'm still going. If you sound like you was gonna wrap it up, but I'm still here. If you still going.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I got something I got to do. A couple of times too, and let me see. It's been 5 hours. I've been trying not to make them too long because people don't be watching them. We can't cut them up, but I might be back on here in just a couple of hours. Just got to make sure everything right, and I probably have a morning wake up with Oli. I got all of my little presentations done and lined up, so I wanted to make sure I get this one out. And I wasn't too much gonna have any discourse as much as oh shit. I was just getting out my basics
Okay.
of what quantum onlyism is, what it isn't. I know you said you got some questions that you wanted to ask. I know you asked one. We kind of worked with that a little bit. Let me see. I probably got enough time to answer.
Yeah. Well,
One more.
I do have a few questions, and I ultimately was just asserting just now that consciousness precedes time and nature. Time and nature is a construct of consciousness, is what I was asserting. But leading up to that, I just have a series of questions. But like you said, for another time, because
Well, I mean, I could touch
you
on a
know,
little bit. You know what I'm saying? I can't say anything about your assertions. You know what I'm saying? Those are your assertions. What would where I would have some pushback is first I would need to know if consciousness exists. Does consciousness exist?
I believe so.
Well, then, if consciousness exists, it exists within existence. And what did I tell you existence was? The necessary constituted conditions of
Right.
because
Existence.
this
Yeah, right.
consciousness would because this consciousness would have to exist and it would have to be able to have update as well as experience or have knowledge of the update because the update that's going on would have some type of nature and some kind of causal efficacious means of
I,
being efficacious within existence, and so those things would have to exist. So consciousness couldn't come before that. Now when I talk about consciousness, as I told you, consciousness to me is recursive recognition. A system is conscious when it does more than just merely react. It recognizes changes, it maintains some continuity of its own state, and it relates present information to prior information. And so we use that as comparison to guide to further action. So in quantum onlyism, the thing that you call in consciousness, it goes like this: recognition is identifying the different relations and the patterns. Awareness is recognizing operations across an integrated field of information, not necessarily just conscious, but aware. And then self awareness is recognition when you recognize your individuality. And so that's consciousness. Consciousness, if I was to state it as my definition, would be a structured, continuously updating system, recognizing both the environment and its own participation within that environment. And so, what makes us able to do those things? Have a continuous updated system of recognition in the environment as well as my own participation. Well, then, this goes to why I know that the consciousness that you're talking about exists as well as would need time and nature, as I stated. Because time makes updating and sequence, memory, and comparison possible at all. Nature is what supplies the structure, the boundaries, the identity, and the relation to what's being recognized. Consciousness emerges when those functions become sufficiently integrated and recursive. And that's what we see. This was I was talking about recognition, how you have a prior belief, you get information, you might keep it the same or update it, but it's all the same. You recognizing exactly what it is that you want to believe. This doesn't mean that every reaction is conscious. A thermostat responds to temperature, but also alone does not demonstrate that recognition itself is the system responding. Otherwise, every smoke alarm would be like having its own philosophical crisis because we know it's not conscious, even though it's aware of the environment, even though we programmed it. Now, so as I stated, consciousness is recognition becoming recursive. The system not only processes reality, but recognizes its own changing state within reality. And that's when you know something is conscious, not just aware. And those are the differences. And that's how I come with my epistemology and how I know things is because of recognition. And consciousness is downstream from time and nature interacting. So recognition, as well as awareness and consciousness, would be downstream and not fundamental. And that's
Well,
my argument.
when you say that the recognition that exists within existence had to have a source to program it
Nope.
for what to recognize
Nope.
as logic and sense, and what resonates as this is good or this is bad, this is
Nope.
hot or this is cold, because each individual has their own programming of that. Each individual has a separate recognition. So it's not like 88 degrees is 88 degrees all across the board. Like the number 5 is the number 5 all across the board. Like all of these processes that naturally come about in nature, it's uniform all across the board. But our experience and how we interact with these uniform properties, it's unique and it's different. So each individual, it will follow that each individual has set outside of experience. They had something that set for them what their experience is going to be, like what they're going to recognize this as and what they're going to recognize that as, because we all don't have the same standard recognition protocol.
Yeah, I just don't agree with that. Whether you recognize it or not, 88 degrees is going to be 88 degrees.
But it's hot to some people and it's not to
and
others.
that makes a difference. Not 88 degrees is 88 degrees. The individual recognition is something that recurs because we are fractals of recognition, and this is why the consciousness is downstream from the recognition of time and nature. The things that's reacting within existence, as I stated logically in logical proof. And so I just don't agree with that you're saying, because it becomes, like I said,
Okay.
it becomes incoherent when
Well,
you look
look,
at it like that. For me,
um,
not for you. Not remember, this is only my opinions and my perceptions. Nothing to
yeah,
state in
and
fact or anything.
yeah, and if I can't make what I'm saying make sense to you, then that's on me. It's nothing that I hold against
No, I
you,
know it
because
makes
I hold
sense. It
it's the
it
same thing
makes
to
sense.
you.
It makes sense because that consciousness, you want it to be an efficacious God or some type of being or some type of something that you can say is the cause and the reason that you have consciousness. And I understand exactly where you're going, whether you know it
Well,
or not.
just off
I
of what
told you.
makes sense, just going off of what makes sense, not like what I want to believe, just what logically makes sense. Because we all have a different experience. When you say that, would you say that experience is based on consciousness? Like, would you say that it's your consciousness that experiences
For me,
for everybody all across the board? Like, if there was a person with no consciousness, that person would not have an experience.
would they have awareness?
They would have no awareness, no experience, no sensation. Virtually brain dead, but like without a consciousness. Because they say that you hear stories of people being brain dead, but then the person comes out of it and they was like, yeah, I saw myself on the thing, and which means that they still had a consciousness. It just wasn't in their body. They had an out of body experience. But I'm saying no consciousness at all, to be nothing. Would you be able to have an experience, or
If you
is experience intrinsically linked to consciousness?
For individuals, now let me tell you this. Let me ask you this. Has there ever been a time that you haven't been here? on Earth?
I mean, the way I see,
In the
I would
form
say
that you're
no. In the form that I'm in,
in the form
yes.
that you're in right now.
Yes. In the form that I'm in, yes.
You've never been.
There has been a time where I wasn't here in the
Okay.
form that I'm in.
Okay. Okay. Now, if there's a time that you were here without form, and then I say, and remember, we starting bare minimum. What is the reason that you are here? Well, I'm gonna say it like this. We know that the reason that you're here first and foremost that we can prove is that your mom and your dad did a ritual. I ain't gonna say ritual like that, but you know what I'm saying. Your mom
Biological
and your dad,
processes, yeah.
yeah.
I'm following.
Reproduction, and you
Correct.
came.
Yeah.
So then I
I'm
asked,
following.
then I ask you, was there ever a time that your parents wasn't here
And I
in
will say
this phase
yes.
of things?
In the form, yes. I will say yes.
So when I see that whether I'm here or not, consciousness would be here. And whether there was consciousness or not for us, things have unfolded in different, as I stated earlier, coherent and intelligible patterns to be able to be observed or experienced. So whether it's being experienced or observed by humans, there's still a possibility that those things could be and more than likely have been in some state, phase, or form before we were able to consciously relate to them and relate our individual selves to it, which leads me back to time and nature. The only thing that has to be together is time for nature to unfold, because consciousness unfolds within nature, not the other way around. In my view, and in my
Now look,
my logic.
You just said like 30 seconds ago, consciousness, even if you weren't here, consciousness would still be here. Correct?
I said,
Is
even
that
if
what you
I
said,
wasn't
or
here,
did I mishear you?
well, even if I wasn't here, yeah, other forms, other conscious beings would be here.
Correct. So then,
And then I said,
how?
and then I said, you take away all the conscious beings. The things that beings are conscious of would still be here. The beings come down.
Okay, so I'm saying, how far back do you go until you can't make that statement anymore? Until the last being or initial being or whatever can't make that statement anymore. How far back do you
Exist.
go until you can't say, if I weren't here, consciousness would still be here?
My ontology is it. Wait, to say what now?
To say,
I would never
if
say that, because
I weren't
I would never
here,
say that. I would never say that.
no,
I
no,
would
I'm
never
saying,
say
could
that
you go
because,
back? You couldn't say it, because then you would go
yeah,
back to your
because
parents.
no,
You would go back,
no.
and then your
I
parents would say
no
it,
no
and then it
no.
would go back to their parents, and then
Well,
their parents. And then how far back do you go until what person wouldn't be able
there,
to make that statement?
well, there
How
wouldn't
do
be
you
a
go back
person.
to Adam and
There
Eve?
wouldn't be a
With
there wouldn't be
Adam,
a person. There wouldn't be a person. Let me answer. There wouldn't be a person. I told you I don't believe in creation. And this is where I told you that you're trying to fit God in, and I never will. Existence has always been, and that's where I stick. This is why I don't have to worry about going back far enough, because it all comes with, does it exist? Does that consciousness exist? If it exists, it exists within existence. And again, I asked you, what is existence? The necessary and constituted conditions of time. You can't intelligibly describe anything without first understanding that you have to have intelligibility, which would be ordered update and structured constraint. And this is my argument. This is what leave it, because if I don't, I would be like you and keep on trying to say something like, how far do you go back? When the furthest you can go back is existence has always been, which means there is no starting point. It has always been in some state, phase, or form. That place where I put that, this is where you want to put, and this is what, like I said, even though you don't say it, and of course we've had talks before, so I know it, where you going with it, even though you don't say it and you don't want to. And a lot of people say I'd be wrong for bringing it out.
really not going there
But
with it, but and you're
so
justifying what you're saying,
where's
because I
that
do
come?
believe in Christ, but like I'm not. I'm not going anywhere with it. Like I'm
Yeah,
really
yeah, boy,
literally
no,
right where we are.
no, I'm not
And like,
going nowhere with it. But I mean, I know I know where your
Like, you know what I
plane
believe
lands.
ultimately,
Yeah. I know where your
but I'm not
plane lands
leading
and
this
mine.
to my ultimate belief. It's
Well, you
it's
don't have
it's
to.
it's
You
a
don't have
separate
to.
thing.
You don't have to. It's bird crumbs. Like, and me being arguing quantum onlyism for so long against so many different views and so many different theistic views, I just know that. And like I proved that to you before you even told me that, like that one night we had it. And so I can't not take my eye off of that. And that's why I always bring it up. And like you
Hmm.
say, like we ain't there yet, but my eye is already there because I know that's where we're going. With that being said, I understand what you're saying and what your argument is for a consciousness to be um fundamental. And hey, I have no quarrels with it except for, you know what I'm saying, if you form a nice argument, we can debate it and see which one is more logically coherent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down. Like, honestly, I mean, this is the coliseum of arguments and
Yeah,
everything. But I'm much more enjoy having constructive discussions than
yeah,
arguments. Although I can argue and debate with the best of them, I can.
right.
But when I really come across a real insightful person, I really like to build. And I look at it like I'm starting all the way to the left. You can start all the way to the right, vice versa. It doesn't matter. But we're trying to build to the top of the pyramid.
Right.
And like, I'm not trying to destroy what you're
Uh-uh.
saying. I'm
Yeah,
trying to incorporate what I feel like you're right about with what I feel like I'm right about. And at the end of the day, if we could build a pyramid off of our conversation, that to me is a productive conversation. I
got
enjoy those more than anything. But
got you.
for the
And I
for the
do.
sake of what we're here to do, in the Coliseums, we could debate anything that we disagree on, and we could debate it all in the spirits of good fun and debate
Right.
and everything.
And that's what it is, man. Like I said, we got to remember that this is Titans Debate League in the Coliseum of Arguments, but the format of things that we do here is not just debating, because we are debating information. And so that means we like information, different information that people might have not have been through or thought about before. Let me see if I can't find what's coming up. We've already had the first season of, oh, I can't change nothing. We've already had the first season of debates. It was a $500 prize. Pan was the champion. Pan, the man Demas African, also known as Mancho Pan. uh, Shout out to
Macho
everybody.
parents, that's what you.
Shout out to Mancho Pan and his opponent. But we got the second one coming out. It's $1,000. We debating, and like you just said, I'm with you on that too about the intellectual prowess, because I do presentations for just onlyism, as well as presentations over history of philosophy and different minds. People have different views. Humble was just up here. He got a different view than me. You got a different view than me. A Waspy. We got a bunch of different views, you know what I'm saying? But like you said, we all come together to try to see if we can't correlate. And when we don't, what must we say, being intellectuals that we are? We just disagree, and we'll pick up the discourse some other time, right? Because right now we
And
can't
if
find
you're,
common
yeah,
ground.
yeah,
Um,
and if you're even
I'll,
greater intellectual, you would know when to admit when you're wrong, because that's how you grow. But
right,
if
right.
you fall short of that, then agreeing to disagree is the next best thing. So
I
yeah.
mean, and that's what it's going to be, because, like I said, I got onlyism for me. I knew people was going to see what I was talking about. I don't too much care if anybody ever follows it or not, because I use it as a tool for my accountability. Now, if somebody can find any reason for it to say, oh, yeah, this does make me feel more accountable when I just take accountability, hey, I'm all for that. Other than that, this is here just for that. So I can get up here and say what I say, and Max Leisure can say what he's saying. We can see if we can't find any discourse or any things that match nice entertainment, maybe get us a debate, because that's what it's about, and then go on to the next day and find some more people with other information, and just try to continue to update, man, with accountability in my sights. I'm I'm stuck with quantum onlyism. Um, my God, my goddesses, time and nature, the aspects within my argument. I argue for those and why I think we should call them God and Goddess and the highest power. It's I'm not saying that it's right because I'm saying it. I'm saying this is my view and my perspective, and we can have nice discourses and arguments about those things. It's a robust philosophy, so
Yeah, you wouldn't
it
get
might
too
get
much
boring at
argument.
times. It might get
Yeah, you
boring
wouldn't
at
get too
times,
much
but if you get
argument
to the
from me.
right play, if you get to the right spot in the books and stuff, it gets interesting. Even when I be rereading to make sure I stay caught up, I just be like, dang, this was very, I'm saying, a nice little view, brilliant enough to explain it in a way that I think people can catch hold to. Because, like I say, Max, in the end, I just ask for accountability, and that's what all even when you think about the creator and once they get down to it and you say, let's say I do suppose that you're right about a creator and the consciousness coming, where are we going with this? And you're going to tell me just being accountable. You got to be good so you can go to heaven or something. You know what I'm saying? It's all going to be asking about accountability and trying to answer for accountability. And so, hey, that's what I'm
Yeah,
rocking with. That's what
yeah.
I'm
Well,
rocking with.
just as a disclaimer, if we had a conversation, like it would be for me, it would be two separate conversations. My theology on why I follow Christ, and then my understanding on how the universe works. Because, like I said, it doesn't. When I say consciousness, I'm not inferring anything other than what you have in your head. The consciousness, the thing that makes you say this makes sense. This is
Mhm.
good. This is not bad. I'm not going anywhere further beyond that. Like the concept of God and Jesus and everything, I believe that's a construct within the realm of existence that specifically we're in. But existence as a whole goes beyond that. So when you start to dig
See?
into the
That's what I'm
realities of
saying.
that.
That's why you got to get
You,
your arguments together, Max. That's what I'm saying. Y'all be having these views and stuff, and y'all have them. They be nice, and but you got to get the argument together so people can better explain it, and you can press that so people can be like, you know what? That's what I was missing. What if that's what I was missing when I was believing in Christ, and then you explain something, and I'm be like, oh, you know what? That makes sense. And so we got to get them views out. That's why I say I don't never try to
yeah,
change nobody to this because the way you believe, if it got you living just like me, Max is waking up, eating, going to work. Max ain't bothering nobody. He taking care of himself. He protects himself. It ain't like he gonna be no punk or no nothing like that. But as far as going and doing stuff intentionally, Max got money and still go steal. Max ain't got no money, but it's something that he don't need. He just want it. He ain't gonna steal it. You know what I'm saying? Just different things like that. I'm rocking with Max, and you do that for whatever it makes you do it.
likewise.
For me, like I said, I just know I'm making the choices of I don't like need a devil um, to answer for evil, and when I do that, it just makes me be accountable, man. Like I said, and everything else unfolds logically when it comes to my view.
Yeah, see, I would like to debate you on those two things separate. They can't be the same debate. I would like to debate you on theology, God and the devil, and then I would like to debate you on the nature of reality. Because to me they combine, but when you get into explaining the two, just keep them separate. Because you could do that. You could keep them separate. They can both coexist, but you can't use one to explain the other because it just doesn't work that way. You got to stick to one to explain that one. And then, so I do want to debate you on why the devil does exist, but it has nothing to do with frequency and
Oh no no
time
no
and
no
nature.
no no! This is perspective. I know what you're talking
Uh-huh.
about. Sorry, man. My bad.
Yeah,
I'm over here smoking. Uh,
yeah, me too.
I got
I got mine in
I got
earlier. That's
some new stuff here, and this is a little
uh
bit.
sounds good. I could almost smell it. But yeah, and I say I want to debate
Yeah,
you
go ahead
just
for a minute.
because I know it'd be enriching. At least for me, I know I'd walk away with a more rich understanding of both theology and science, quantum physics, and everything. And that's what I enjoy.
Definitely. We'll get into the philosophy of theology. Is where I be hitting your theology at. Um, and like I said, I push for intelligibility and coherence. I don't think I'm gonna get over this cough.
You hang in there. Put your hands up. Put your hands up in the air. Somebody pat Oli on the back.
Ain't nobody here with me. I'm flying too high. I know I shouldn't have been flying while I was smoking. Fall out the sky, I'm gonna be mad at it.
Sound like that thing got your head twisted back 180 degrees. You're really on your owl shit tonight.
But yeah, man, I'm just going go ahead and end this, man. I'm gonna play a couple more songs. Max, I thank you again.
It's been a pleasure.
We're gonna set up some debates. We're gonna find us a good topic. I don't know if you in the tournament.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I want to watch one before I get my feet wet.
Bet. Or we can always have some type of exhibition debates when the time.
Absolutely.
Right. I know you got a good mind, so remember them topics. I kind of do. And we'll talk about it some other time. I appreciate everybody. Man, I'm sorry my voice.
Y'all. It's all good, out. Man. I'm trying to hang in there for you, man.
I'm gonna play a couple more songs to get us a couple more minutes. And I'll be back with y'all later on, man.
Hey, man. And those songs go, by the way. You recorded them yourself or what?
Yeah, man. That's Oli. Well, I didn't do it. Oli did that.
Oh, well, they go. let that bird know he be doing his thing.
Thank you, man.
All right.
I appreciate you. And I'll get at you again, man.
All right, I'm out, man. You have a good one.
Yeah, you too. All right, y'all. Look like I'm over the COVID. Man, Max Leisure just came up. Good discourse. I'm listening in the clouds. A1, I was up all night on the 27th. Playback's running all day. We was waiting on you. Yokohama, we was waiting on you. I ain't gonna even lie. I didn't know to call you what to do. But you know, we in there. Let me see what we got before I go. Only crank that. It don't cost a dime. I got you. That's recognition. Oh, them is early. Dang, I'm just going back through the chat, y'all. It's another good one. Hope I didn't give too much rude ass fuck coughing in our face. Chill, let the other brother. I was trying to, Babylon. Ain't nobody here with me. I apologize. I had my mouth covered though. Math explains that perfect. If you never studied algebra, you may think trig and calculus is hard. Yeah, for real. That is true. Shout out Hero Clown. Babylon Dunn just joined the party. Party's over with. But we cleaning up. So, like I said, man, I'm gonna play a couple more songs. And we're gonna get up out this thing. Thank y'all for joining. And that's for y'all. It's such a wonderful crowd. And we're gonna end up with 4 songs for y'all. I think I'll start with something we ain't heard all night. Let me go back up here and turn it up.
Who said what? Who told who? Who built the frame that you looking through? Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who told you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Who you talking to? Who you talking to? Who said what? Who taught who? Who built the frame that you looking through? Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who told you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Yeah. Who you talking to? Every line of treasure you only find in the mind, my mind. And you know I work in the mines. I don't charge a dime for you to stay out of mine. 2 times, we on time. Every line got another line, hiding behind the line. You hearing bars, I'm hearing structure and design. You hear a punchline, I hear ontology align. Who said reality started? Talking outside existence while existing to argue. Smuggling sequence in your sentence unconsciously. Then call it timeless when I ask what the process be. Who you talking about? Half these worldviews fall when you walk them out. Everybody got answers till you chalk it out. Incoherence disappear when you map it out. I studied Heraclitus flowing rivers in motion. Parmenides froze it, I can see both in the ocean. Can't build a frame, but the frame still folded. Trying to define the world while the mind still holding it. Aristotle looking for causes and categories. Nietzsche killed guys, but couldn't kill reality. Heidegger staring into being and anxiety. I'm just asking what makes existence intelligibly. Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said what? Who built the worldview that you standing on? Everybody sounding deep to the ladder gone. And they looking real nervous when the pattern drawn. I slept these haters in they face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times, we on time. Every line of gem they only find in the mind, my mind. You know I work in the mines, digging through mines while I'm digging through mine. Blue collar, philosopher, coffee cup thinker, still plotting possible worlds while the clock getting thinner. Whole room talking loud, I just watch and consider. Cause the loudest in the room usually know the least in it. Who taught you that? Who said existence got a border where the proof at? Who talking outside reality and still attached? Using logic from existence just to move back. That's incoherent. I ain't even gotta raise my tone. I just let the contradiction sit there on its own. People wanna skip structure just to chase the throne. Till the worldview collapse and they standing there alone. They want a war record. I gave them world pressure. Every verse another hidden room in the architecture. Every line another layer underneath the texture. You hear rhythm, I hear systems trying to fit together. And I ain't culturally inappropriate, intellectually inappropriate. I'm coherently inappropriate, yeah. You hate the conclusion, but the structure still holds. That's why the room get quiet when the logic unfolds. Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who taught you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Who you talking to? OLEE on a late night broadcast. Hourglass eye, watching timelines cross paths. Earth in the other eye, both sides balance. Nature and time, that's the code in the canvas. No wings, still. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries filter through the lies, listen close. I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize I can see the fallacy before the sentence finished. You confuse a strong opinion with a reasoned proposition. You keep reaching for conclusions, but your premises are missing. Then you hide behind your feelings when the logic need a mission. I don't argue with a person, I examine what was stated. Define the terms, expose assumptions, then determine what was weighted. Is it valid? Is it grounded? Can the structure be defended? Or you built a house of cards and got offended when it ended? I don't need to raise my voice, I let the contradiction speak. Every claim has got a burden, every burden got a receipt. You can decorate confusion, you can dress it up in pride, but a polished contradiction is a contradiction every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cry, filter through the lies, listen close. I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. I recognize the dodge when the question make you nervous. Changing subjects every minute doesn't make the answer surface. That's a straw man, that's a false choice. That's an argument from fear. That's a claim that keeps on shrinking every time the fact is near. You can quote 100 scholars, still authority ain't proof. Tell me why the argument is sound. Take me underneath the roof. Show the beam, show the frame, show the function of the claim. If the meaning keeps on changing, then the word is just a game. Recognition over belief, coherence over applause. I don't need a crowd behind me when the reasoning is flaws. Time reveals what can I stand, nature limits what can be. If your worldview breaks beneath this weight, don't put the blame on me. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filter through the lies, listen close. I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. They want mystery to rescue every gap they never filled. Then call questions disrespectful when their explanation gets grilled. But a question is a mirror, it reflects what you provide. If the answer disappears, there was nowhere left to hide. I recognize the pattern, first they claim and then retreat. First they speak in absolutes, then change the meaning when we meet. First they tell me it is certain, then they say it could be true. Then they say nobody knows, there's three positions, pick a view. I'm not chasing every bird just because it learned to chirp. Some ideas take a flight, some ideas hit the dirt. This is bird dropping, every record leaves a sign. I recognize the incoherence. Book you every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies, listen close. I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the plane without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize them. Recognize them. The wool removed, your wolves I see. No dogs, no snakes, it's feathers on me. This time, let's start. Hey. They try to open their third eye with both eyes closed. Can't see the consequences to the things that they chose. Put they self in deeper sleep, claiming that they woke, while I'm watching time and nature moving through the smoke. I fell in love with wisdom. Sophia held my hand, told me comfort ain't real if it destroy another man. So I learned to love existence without controlling all the plans. Try to hold on to forever, still it slipped right through my hands. Tried everything to get it, still slipped through my hands. Then it's both of my kids, only thing I truly love, my number one fans. And I still smile even when life get cold, cause most things grow in the sunlight, but grow the most at night. That's something people don't know. I'm more fighty, I'm more. I love time because nature gave me something to adore. I'm more fighty, I'm more. Forever be Father Time and Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Open both eyes when you finally see. You get two eyes, but only one vision of reality. More love again. I guess I'll tell you about the secret to existence again. Feathers on me, stars above. Everything alive because of love. The only time I fell in love, I was standing on the ledge. If I would've knew the ledge, I might've moved different instead. Thought I found forever in somebody else's head, but she just wanted friendship while I was thinking marriage bed. So here I go again, talking about love again. Trying to explain existence through the pain again. Trying to hold beauty still, but time don't ever stand. That's when Father Time whispers, son, that's just a plan. And Mother Nature touched my shoulder, said nothing blooms forever, but everything returns eventually. That's when I finally understood why heartbreak make us wiser, why loneliness get deeper when your thoughts become advisors. People fear the dark, but the stars only shine there. Flowers drink the sunlight, but roots grow where the night live. That's why I stopped fearing pain and started reading signs there. Every scar another map showing me where life is. Time and nature had a face, I don't think they look old. Probably young forever, with eternal souls. Little kids with galaxies inside their pupils glowing gold. Running through the universe, laughing while creation unfolds. Not gods on thrones, not witches casting spells, just the endless interaction that make existence itself. One gate sequence, one gate shape, and together they became every heartbeat, every ocean, every memory, every name. Beauty and the beast, light and dark, love and grief. That's the balance, people call it contradiction, but I call it understanding. Cause I love time, cause time gave me moments. And I love nature, cause nature let me hold them. That's why I cherish every second, even broken ones too. Cause without the hurt and healing, Father Time and Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Forever be Father Time and Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Open both eyes and if mine is sleep, you get two eyes, but only one vision of reality. Love again. I guess I'll tell you about the topic of existence again. Feathers on me, stars above, everything alive because of love. I'm more fighting, mama, I'm more. But this time I understand it. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Yeah. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type hustling, steady grinding, getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude, incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was the type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town, big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick. Running through the paper on that backyard business. Chasing dreams, chasing cream to the team. Rich 5'8", but I'm standing on that stand tall mindset. See these monkeys trying to pull me from the tree. Yeah, they put me down before that just turned me to a beast. So I hopped into the streets, showed the hungry how to eat. Oklahoma on my back, now I'm bringing pressure to the beat. Cold hard world, colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely get to sleep. Dreams feel close, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still a student of the game, don't qualify to teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. I'm not an animal, life just got wild. So I did what I had to do, the other routes was foul. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, I just wanna make my mama proud. Quantum Onlyism truth, yo, we bringing it out. Why y'all watching me? Better watch the crowd. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. 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 Yeah. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grind.